And this is due in part because of COVID interrupting our sort of operational rhythm of things, obviously. However, it will be my focus as your CAO this year to ensure that I work with the senior management team and make sure projects are achieved should council approve this list of priorities that is before you today. And as a way of helping focus those project management priorities, I will also have my department heads ensure that the capital projects that they're responsible for are built into their work plans so that we can monitor progress together throughout the year. And during the year, administration will also be providing updates to council to keep council abreast of the capital priorities and associated projects and the cash flows with those as well. And so maybe with that, I'll just turn it right over to you, Dave, and you can get into your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Graham. Mayor and Council, so today's presentation, as discussed, is in regards to the 2021 to 2025 General Fund Capital Budget. It is broken into 3 different sections. The first section, just providing Council with an update as to how reserves and surpluses and which ones the district has. So we'll do a quick presentation through those slides. The second portion is in relation to the business case and prioritization methodology that the district is moving forward with, and Chris Johnson will be speaking to that in much greater detail. And then the third component is, of course, the capital plan and the projects themselves. So starting off with the reserves and surpluses, as this is not a new presentation for council, I think this is now the 3rd year we've run this, but again, it does not hurt to provide updates. So on the reserve side of things, there are realistically 3 different levels of reserves that the District of Summerland holds. There are those that are legislated, which are required either by the Community Charter or the Local Government Act. There's bylaw reserves, which are predominantly established by council by bylaw and are for specific purposes. And then there's reserve accounts, which earmark funds, but there's really not a lot of strings attached to those at all. And then finally, we do have a surplus account, or also known as unallocated surplus, where operational what's the opposite of deficit? Surpluses flow into on an annual basis and provide the district with the ability to use those funds either on operational projects or for capital. So those are the 4 types of bank accounts, we'll call them. Looking specifically at the legislated reserves, we have a list on the screen. There's 6 of them, and we will discuss each of these in the coming slides. So DCCs, as council is aware, DCCs are funded by development. In the general fund, we have 3 established DCCs, parks, roads, and storm drainage. The balances on the screen in front of you total $2.4 million, and those are the projected balances as at December 31st, 2020. We, again, as we've discussed in some of our previous meetings, these are projected. We are currently going through our year-end process. However, we are fairly confident that these are going to be the ending balances. And these are the balances we use in developing the capital plans that you see in front of you. The land sale reserve, which is a legislated reserve, is funded through any property dispositions are allocated to this reserve. So anytime the district sells a piece of property, that money is required by law to go into the land sale reserve account. Now, the spending of those funds can be on any capital acquisitions. The key there is they have to be capital. However, they can be on anything that the district wishes to spend those funds on. A few years ago, we did use a portion of these funds to fund the district's latest aerial fire truck. So, just to provide the council with an example. The Community Works gas tax reserve, the district receives approximately $544,000 annually from the gas tax fund, the Community Works Fund. The project eligibility is set by UBCM. There are 18 different categories that can be spent, so it is very difficult not to find a project that wouldn't fit in using these funds. And over the past few years, Council has established a $250,000 allocation to the water utility to help fund water main replacements. So that has been going now for, I believe, 3 years.
Excuse me, let me ask a question on that. The gas tax, that is a federal program, and it's just administered by UBCM?
Correct, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Clark.
So, since the gas tax is in this category, I'm assuming that it can only be used for capital projects? It's not,
Correct.
which, I guess, means we can put less from the operating fund into reserves because we have that, so it all helps. And the other question was, it came up during the Banks Crescent discussion that maybe there was some strings attached to the DCC roads reserve, which roads it could be used on and such, and that we were going to revisit that. It didn't seem to fit our current priorities. Do you know off the top of your head what those restrictions on their use were? Thinking of, and even John said whether it was in there.
So through the chair, yes, the district's current DCC bylaw was established back in 2006. There was a slight amendment in 2015. The project, specific road projects that Councillor Barkwell is referring to can be found in Schedule D of the bylaw itself. There are 8 projects there. The first one, Jubilee Road from Cartwright to Sinclair. The second project is Jubilee Road from Sinclair to Rosedale. The next 2 are Peach Orchard Roads, Peach Orchard Road, Rosedale to Rose, Peach Orchard Road, Rose to Lakeshore. And then the next 3 are Lakeshore Drive, Peach Orchard to Fisher Close, Fisher Close to 708 meters north of Highway 97, and then 708 meters north of Highway 97 to Highway 97, so I'm assuming it's the whole road. And then the last project is Prairie Valley Road, Wharton to Cartwright. So those are the identified projects currently in the district's DCC bylaw. There was conversation, I believe, 2 years ago to potentially review the district's DCC bylaw. However, it has not moved up on the council priority list yet, so no work has been done in relation to that.
So if we wanted to use some of those funds somewhere here on one of the road projects, we could just, go through the bylaw amendment process, 2, 3, first, second, third, fourth reading, and we're done.
Through the chair, it's a little more complicated than that because this is a DCC bylaw and it does require ministerial approval.
So it could take quite a few months.
It could. And the normal process, if we were looking at revamping the entire process, would probably take anywhere from 1 year to 2 years.
Okay, so
if we were to review the whole DCC bylaw.
Well, I don't know about the whole bylaw, but I'm thinking review where we would like to, what our priorities are for those funds and which roads. Things change, time.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, some of that on that list, they've already been done. They're already, so it's already outdated. And I remember the time with Banks Crescent, it was ridiculous that, that you couldn't use it to upgrade Solly, which would have impacted that road severely, and you can't use, the development to do that. So I really think that we need to update that list. It takes 2 years. Better start now.
Better get started.
So if this is a priority, what comes off? Just saying.
Yeah.
Just go ahead.
Continue. Thank you,
Sorry,
Madam
I'm
Mayor.
having my breakfast.
The district also has, and I'm sorry, in relation to each of these slides, the corresponding reserves, the detail can be found in the package that was provided to council on pages 11 through 14. So that's where all the detail is, the projected balances and the inflows and the outs. So just to give council some more information in relation to each of these. The district is legislated to have a parking reserve, and it's funded by cash and lieu payments of parking spaces at the development stage. It ties into the district zoning bylaw, and I'm just going to read what's on my sheet here because I always mess this up. It comes into effect from section 6.4, which it's only allowed in the CB1 and CT zones. The payment is $3,000 per stall, and it's payments from development in lieu of required parking in the downtown area. When a development is short of the required number of parking spaces, they could purchase a space at the current rate of $3,000 per stall. So that's how this reserve is funded. And as we can see from the slide, the amount or the dollars can be spent on creating new off-street parking spaces and transportation infrastructure, such as walking, bicycling, and public transit. So that's what we can spend the funds on. Parks dedication, this is another legislated reserve, and it's funded through section 510 of, it's established by 510 of the Local Government Act. And it is funded through subdivision, which does not exceed 5% of land being subdivided. So an applicant for subdivision that's creating 3 or more lots must provide either parkland dedication equal to or greater than 5% of the land subject to the subdivision, or the equivalent value is cash in lieu. So the district either receives the land or this cash in lieu. The value is determined by an appraiser based on the value of the land, as if the land is zoned for the use but not serviced. So that's how this Parks Dedication Reserve is funded, and the funds can only be utilized for the acquisition of parkland.
Question for the last two, so parking reserve and the Parks Dedication Reserve. How come there isn't any money in there in either of those reserves? According to the slide on page 1. Oh, never mind. This is the funding summary. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. Sorry. Apologies.
You scared me, madam there.
Sorry, I thought I had gone through to look at those pages 11 to 14, and then I realized, oh no, I'm on page 1 still. Thank you. Councillor Beno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question to our Director of Finance. So the reserve park dedication, 5% of land being subdivided, are we not better off as a municipality to take the funds, the cash, in lieu of the 5% of land? Because the only reason I'm asking that is all these little parks, do they not require maintenance eventually by us, the district?
You want to have that debate right now, Marty?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Through the
If we
chair.
took the cash in lieu, we can spend it wherever we want, on any parks we would like, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying I don't want to see parks, but if we have little tiny parks all over the district, it just costs money to maintain them all.
Okay.
More staff.
So let's give the opportunity to Dave first to answer your question. and then we can have more, I see a few other hands raised as well, so. Dave?
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not a planner, and I do not pretend to be a planner. So I'm really hoping Brad is on this call and he might answer that question. But when we look at these types of subdivisions, I believe that during the subdivision process, these types of applications do come to council, and at that point in cap time, it's in council's purview as to whether or not a dedicated park is established in that area, or if the 5% dedication is taken, so that the district can then look at the community as a whole to determine where a park would be better placed. And that, I believe, is the whole premise behind the 5%, so that these little parks aren't just being popped up all over the place. There's actually a plan to look at the community as a whole and to try to determine where these types of green spaces to better the entire community as a whole. Brad, are you on the call by chance? It does not look like Brad is on the call, so. But that would be my interpretation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson, no, Councillor Trainer, and then Councillor Buckle.
I don't think since I've been on council have we ever got 5% of the land. I think we've always been given money instead. I don't know if I'm wrong, but I can't recall the last time we created a new park as a result of a development. Oh, okay, Huntersville? Yeah, okay, okay. And just a quick note about, I guess I would call them little pocket parks. I realize they cost money, but I think that they have huge benefits for neighborhoods, and I think a good mix of creating little pocket parks plus contributing to larger parks is good. And I always thought that when we subdivided, or when we approved the development down on Nixon and Wharf and Toe Creek, I thought that a little pocket park would have worked really well there, but the rest of council thought that it wasn't a good idea because we were close to Powell Beach. So, but I think they're really good. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. But I think most of the time they do, or developers do contribute money instead of land in general.
Yeah, I would agree, but I don't know if that's.
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, since I've been with the district in the last 3 years, we've only had one instance where land has been provided to the district, and that is Huntersville.
Yeah.
Everything else has been the 5%.
Good job. Councilor Buckle.
I was going to say the short answer to Councilor Van Alphen's question is it depends. It depends entirely on the location. And we have so few subdivisions, we haven't even done enough to say there's any sort of standard practice. And I think that it never would be. It would always be, specific to the location. I think our parks plan does have what Councilor Trainer likes, in that there is a sort of a objective of smaller region, local parks.
Councilor Van Alphen, okay to go on?
Sure, oh, yeah.
Okay.
Karen, my clicker doesn't seem to be working. Can you? I think it's me. I don't know. Oh, now it's working. The district's capital work reserve is a statutory reserve set up by council bylaw, and it is funded. We've discussed this a couple times now through the course of the 2021 budget. It is funded through debt reduction payments, annual gravel lease and royalty payments, and any specific council allocations in any given year. So to kind of go through that list, the debt reductions, as we've discussed, council did pass a bylaw a few years ago where when debt falls off the table and is extinguished, those debt payments, instead of being taken out of the operational budget, are transferred over to the reserve side of things, and they continue on to fund this capital works reserve. The annual gravel lease and royalty payments. The gravel lease is set at $50,000, and the royalty payments, they do go up and down in any given year. We have budgeted $50,000 for 2021, so there's a $100,000 addition. And then council allocations. In 2018, council made the decision to allocate a 1% tax rate increase into the capital works reserve. And then in 2019, followed that up with a 2.5% increase. And in 2020, there was a 0.88 increase. So those three components make up the amounts that are contributed into this reserve fund. And then,
Councilor Barco?
Maybe you let him finish.
yeah, sure. I was just going to finish with saying that the last point there, the funds are required to be spent on general fund capital items as per the bylaw.
I was thinking about our discussion yesterday about debt that is going to be retired, and there were some significant numbers there, but also we went through an extensive asset management plan, and I think that long-term projections that we were presented with and sort of agreed to, they included the current plan of the retiring debt payments going into our asset reserve fund, didn't they?
It did.
So if we were to reallocate them, as sort of, a thought, or, that came up for consideration yesterday, it would really mess up our long-term asset management plan. So I think maybe we might want to think real hard about that idea. Just continue with the plan that we've already decided was a good plan.
Councilor Barkley, you're the one that has to think real hard about it. No, I'm being facetious. Yeah, thank you. That's a really good point to remind us all that it's being allocated to that reserve for a reason. Future planning, resilience, all of that. Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm. We talked yesterday about the parcel tax. So we already know we have parcel tax on the RCMP station, we have the roundabouts. Are those parcel taxes, once that debt is relieved, my assumption is that then that money then would be going into our capital reserves. Is that correct? Or does the parcel tax, once that debt is relieved, is it the same?
Through the chair, parcel taxes are a little bit different than property taxes. The two debt issuances that Councillor Pratt is speaking to are not actually parcel taxes, they are through taxation. So the RCMP and the roundabout are funded through that taxation model where we know what the annual debt payments are. We know what the completed roll is for the district and the revised roll, so the assessed values, and that's how the payment is allocated to each property. Parcel taxes, we have two. We have one for water and we have one for sewer. And the way parcel taxes work is they are created by bylaw, and there is an end date, and it is normally associated with the debt that is being taken on. So with our two parcel taxes, and I'll have to confirm the dates, one ends in 2023 and one ends in 2025. I don't know, I can't remember if it's the water or sewer, which is the two. But in theory, what happens then is come 2023, we're no longer able to collect those parcel taxes because the bylaw doesn't allow us to anymore. So we would either, if council wanted to continue on with a parcel tax, then we would have to go through the process of putting together a bylaw and moving forward from that perspective. But the way the bylaws are written, once the date of the bylaw comes to a conclusion, we're no longer legally allowed to charge that parcel tax.
Thank you.
I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, really clear. Thank you. So if it's based on taxation and the debt is extinguished, then that debt then would be going to capital for perpetuity.
Through the chair, the way council has currently established the asset management reserve, yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Van Alken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through to Chris, Director of Public Works, if that's possible, regarding gravel extraction leases and royalties. The question is there any opportunity or has there been any look at the south side of the landfill for future gravel extraction or future leases? It brings in approximately, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, 80,000 a year or 100,000 a year in royalties. Am I correct?
On average, it has been 50, Madam Mayor.
So there should be some possible opportunities on the south side of the landfill. I mean, there's still a lot of gravel reserves there, if I'm not mistaken. Is that a question that could be answered? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, to Councillor Van Alphen. The current lease
Chris,
is.
just one sec. Just getting them. Can you try again?
Yep, is that better?
No, just a sec. Madam Mayor, do we have the mics on?
They are.
On? Okay. Try again, Chris.
Hey, can you hear me now?
You can just speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, you can hear me though?
Yeah, we can hear you, just a little louder.
Okay.
That's better.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Van Alphen, the current gravel lease, I believe, is until 2034. And so I guess that would be the current area that they're working in, the current lease area. Beyond that, we haven't explored the opportunity of extending that or looking at different areas, but it's definitely something that could be on the table and discussed once the end of this current lease is approaching.
Thank you. I was just wondering, possibility of putting it out to contract for other companies that are looking for gravel opportunities, and that would just increase our royalties by X.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an option that we can look at, and there's currently a dual benefit to having them extract from the area that they're in, as that being a future location for a future landfill cell. So we're able to get that material moved out of there and sold at a profit, as well as save the cost of having to excavate that area for the construction of the next landfill cell. So it's definitely a good opportunity that we can explore.
Thank you, Chris.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to follow up on Councillor Patton's question there. So the taxation for borrowing doesn't fall off the table, but parcel taxes do fall off the table. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, the revenue source, parcel taxes are established by bylaw, so that's the revenue side of things. So when we look at parcel taxes, a lot of times they're linked to a specific project and specific debt borrowing. So the way the bylaws are written is that when the debt is to be extinguished in the future date, that is when the revenue generation also, or that parcel tax, stops being charged. So that's the link between those two. But on the taxation side of things, there really isn't a specific link that's established by bylaw.
So just following up then, so the two parcel taxes, so the sewer and the water, that isn't taken into consideration for future, for our asset management plan to go into reserves, to continue into reserves?
Technically, the way the district's asset management bylaw is written, in 2023, when the first one of those falls off the table, the way that bylaw is written is that the debt payments do get transferred into the reserve transfer. So what will inevitably happen at that point in time is, per the bylaw, we'll still have an expense of, let's call it $300,000 for our debt payment, which is now no longer debt but a reserve transfer. However, we're no longer allowed to charge a parcel tax because the parcel tax bylaw has elapsed. So in essence, we would be, as a district, short $300,000 that we would have to make up either through increased user fees, reintroduction of a new parcel tax to cover that off, or to change the asset management bylaw to not have that debt transfer across into the reserve. Those would be the three alternatives.
Makes it awfully difficult to keep up for past lack of introducing or contributing to reserves, and while at the same time trying to play, so hard time trying to play catch up at the same time as trying to do some of these major capital projects.
Did you have a question? Yeah, Councilor Barkley.
Well, you must be reading my mind again. I have, but I've been thinking about something related to the discussion of parcel taxes and regular taxation. And I was wondering how many parcels we have that are in the agricultural land reserve which don't, which wouldn't really contribute if we did a general tax increase for a capital project versus like the recreation center versus regular parcels. Like there was the acreage is available, but we sort of know that there's 5,000 lots in Summerland and 1,000 of them are in the ALC. Then we know that they won't see the same increase. ALR. Maybe not to an answer today, but it's going to be relevant, very relevant, when we have to make that decision on parcel tax versus general tax increase, and quite relevant to the discussion you mentioned yesterday with the ministry and what their contributions could possibly be.
So through the chair, I do not have that at my fingertips. However, when we do get to a stage where council will be looking at any types of capital projects that have debt associated with them, we will definitely ensure that we have that information available for council.
Councilor Van Elfen.
Thank you, and that goes back to, on a parcel tax situation where today we have X amount of parcels and we initiate a parcel tax. Tomorrow we have X amount of new parcels coming online, and their tax notice will say they're paying X amount of dollars per year towards that debt reduction of that parcel tax. But theoretically, that's not where their money's going. Their money's going into, what did you explain to me earlier? It goes into where?
Through the chair, parcel taxes, just like user fees, all flow through the operational accounts. So they're operational revenues, just like debt is an operational expense. So the two offset each other. And then what happens is at the end of the year, any surpluses associated with the operations of that utility get transferred into that utility's capital works reserve.
If I may. So if, let's say we had a parcel tax on a new aquatic center, and people that come on board later will still be paying a parcel tax as per their tax notice towards that aquatic center. But their money won't be going towards that. It just goes to general, into the other fund. What I'm saying is that it would possibly make more sense to me if there was a reserve account that those monies went into, and then you could service that debt X amount of years quicker. You know, it's another discussion, I guess, for another day.
Yes. Through the chair, Madam Mayor, these are great discussions, and I think when the district gets to the point where we are considering taking on debt, that would be an extremely valuable time to have these types of conversations. Right now, we are talking about the capital plans and our reserves, and not specific to debt at this point in time. So, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for getting us back on track. I just want to say one other thing in support of what Councillor Barco was just talking about in terms of parcel tax and ALR land, or maybe even land that's zoned to agriculture. Yeah, and that is, if we are going to have the discussion with the Ministry of Agriculture next month, it probably would be good to have that information then, rather than down the road when we're talking about debt. Would that be possible? We don't know when it is yet. Is that correct, Karen? We just know sometime next month, maybe?
Correct.
Okay.
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, absolutely, we can. I will send an email out to my staff and have them start putting that together.
I realize it's a tricky time for finance,
We will get it done.
but if we can get extra money, we should be doing our due diligence and getting that. Okay, thank you. So we'll carry on then.
Just finalizing that note, Madam Mayor, so I don't forget. Okay. The third type of account that the district has outside of statutory and legislative are reserve accounts. These accounts have been set up throughout the years to fund specific types of capital projects. And this, going back to Councillor Van Alpen's parcel tax conversation, if council was ever to want to say that any additional parcel tax is created after the bylaw, this would be that specific account that would be created to capture any of those types of payments. So it would be a reserve account. And we have several of them on the screen, and we will go through each one if I can ever get this thing to work. Karen, can you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. So the district has an equipment replacement fund, which, as council is aware, it's funded completely internally. It's based on hourly charges that when a piece of equipment goes out and is being utilized for any type of work, that equipment is charged to that cost center. And at the end of the year, or sorry, at the end of the equipment's useful life, the premise or the philosophy behind that is that it has generated enough revenue that's been captured in the equipment replacement reserve to fund its retirement and purchase of a new piece of equipment. This reserve has been specifically set up for replacement of existing fleet. So there are instances where we are looking at new pieces of equipment or new fleet additions. Those in the initial year of purchase are required to be funded outside of this reserve. The second item is the district has a specific climate action reserve, and it is funded through both the climate action, if there's any operating surpluses in the climate action cost center, as well as council a few years ago established a payment of 0.0001% of budgeted revenues that get allocated to fund this reserve as well. And the funds are used for climate action initiatives. The district also has a landfill closure and improvement reserve, so there's two of them. A few years ago, there was only one. However, due to public sector accounting standards and the requirement for the district to have to be able to have its landfill closure liability funded, we did split that up and created two. The reserves are funded through the not MNBC anymore, the Recycle BC. I need to change that. Recycle BC payments that we get annually. We have budgeted approximately $192,000 in funding in 2021. And if the landfill had an operating surplus, that surplus also would come in and fund this as well. The reserves, of course, are to be used specifically for capital acquisitions in the landfill and in relation to the landfill closure reserve for closure costs. And we, council, will see as we move forward through the detailed budget sheets that this landfill closure account will be utilized in the next 5 years to close one of the cells. The district has a fire services reserve as well. This is funded through an annual $50,000 contribution that comes from the general fund, and the allocation of funds are specific for fire department capital works projects. That does not include fleet. Fleet is covered off through the fleet reserve that we discussed earlier. The district also has a cemetery reserve. It was established a long time ago to fund cemetery capital projects. Historically, the way it was funded was if the district had budgeted $100,000 for cemetery capital projects and only spent 50, that remaining 50 got allocated into this reserve. This is a legacy reserve, and we are moving towards the elimination of this reserve in the future. Throughout the years, the district has also received specific community contributions that were provided to the district with the intent of only utilizing the funds for specific purposes. So this reserve balance is $302,000, and it is the intent as these projects are funded that this reserve, as the legacy reserve, would be extinguished. The items in it are the Kenyon Road reconstruction. We received a cash in lieu payment a few years ago to fund a portion of the reconstruction of Kenyon Road for the Summerland. The municipal hall reserve, again, historically the district used to budget $50,000 transfer into the municipal hall refurbishing account. They used to do that annually. However, that no longer happens, and the funds are being utilized. When we look at the 2021 capital plan, the entire $82,683 is proposed to be utilized in 2021. The tree fund e-bills, as council is aware, as an incentive to residents and try to have them switch over from paper bills to e-bills, the district established 4 or 5 years, or 5 or 6 years ago actually, an e-bill account where those individuals that have made that decision an annual allocation is transferred into the tree fund reserve account, which is utilized for plantings of trees, purchases of trees, those types of things. The district has been trying to utilize that account as frequently as we can. Last year, I believe we reallocated a portion of the trees at the skate park for out of this account. The rodeo grounds is an accumulation of funds received as donations from the users of the rodeo grounds for future improvements to the facilities. The majority of the funds were received from the Kiwanis Club when they held the RCMP musical ride at the rodeo grounds. Other donations have been received from the Trail Riders Club, and these funds should be used specifically on the rodeo grounds and projects there. Water park donations, it's a fund. The district received funding towards the construction of a water park at Peach Orchard Beach Park. The surplus of the funds for the capital project that was placed into the reserve for future water park improvements. Park bench donations, the reserve. This is an accumulation of donations that's been received for park benches in the community. Each year, Parks and Recreation Department receive a number of donations for park benches and tables, and the costs for installing the park benches and tables are offset against these donations, and the surplus is placed in this reserve, and they should be used for park benches and tables. The last two, the Summerland Youth Center Fund. This was created to hold funds for the replacement of the roof at the youth center. The source of the funds was the Summerland Lions Club, and so the funds should be held until such time as that roof is replaced. And the last one, the Center Theater, this is an accumulation of funds from the operation of the Center Theater. As council is aware, the Center Theater is a joint function between the District of Summerland and the school district. And any surplus of funds from operations is placed into this fund, and any deficits or operational deficits are offset against it. In my conversations with our recreational manager, the last number of years, the center stage has basically broken even. And in the past, when there have been capital outlays, this reserve has been used as well. So last year, when the mixer at Center Street was replaced, this fund was utilized.
Councilor Barco?
I see an opportunity to use the picnic table and park bench donation fund and the tree fund to spruce up the park where the EV charging stations are going to be on Turner. That's just an empty piece of land, right? Right now, people will be using it more, hopefully. And you could plant some trees and put in some benches and have their dog park. Yeah, and there's some trees in the dog park. And table, benches. Doesn't do any good in reserve.
I think the final reserve on the overall list here is the Recreation Parks and Trails Reserve. Again, this was established to fund recreation parks, trails, and capital projects. Historically, it was funded again through the allocation of any surplus funds when a project was under budget. And as a legacy reserve, we are moving towards eliminating this reserve and specifically using the capital works reserve to fund the majority of our capital projects. So the age-old question, how much is enough? How much money is enough in reserves? It's a difficult question to answer, and then depending on who you ask, your responses will vary. When you ask a finance director, we would most likely, all of us would say the more the better. When we look at the district's capital plan, the one that's being proposed today, over the next 5 years, our reserves are projected to decrease by $8.6 million. This decrease jumps to 9.7 million if we take into account accumulated surplus funds that are also being utilized to fund certain projects. And I guess the last point here to make is this does take into account the next slide, where the district annually is contributing $1.8 million into reserves in 2021. So when we look at that contribution itself, and we did talk about this briefly at our operational budget, we are anticipating $825,000 to go into the equipment reserve, the fleet reserve. The capital works reserve would see just shy of $750,000 allocation to that reserve. Landfill, $192,000 from Recycle BC, and then the $50,000 for annual contribution to the fire, and $7,700 climate action. So the district does contribute, like I said, we said $1.8 million annually to reserve. And that, Madam Mayor and Council, is just a very quick and brief overview of all of the reserve accounts that the district has, and the utilization of those funds, as well as how they are funded. I can answer any questions that you may have.
Any more questions, Councilor? That's good.
Excellent. If not, Mr. Johnson, could you please speak to the next slides, please?
You bet. Thanks, Dave. So this is a similar presentation that council seen back in November when we introduced, when we updated council on where we were at with the business case and project prioritization framework. So the first slide with the asset management wheel that you see here, it's important to note that this process is ongoing. It's not a linear process. We can jump in wherever and work our way around the wheel and come back at some point to where we started and improve how we did things or improve on how we're doing things as we continue on. So just a quick recap, we started in the assessment stage, which is shown in red on the wheel. Worked on gathering all of our existing asset data, then moved on to the planning stage shown in yellow, where we developed the asset management policy and the strategy. And then now we're moving from the yellow into the green stage, looking to implement this, which is where this project sits as far as implementing some of the items in the policy and strategy as we look to improve our processes around capital planning. So next slide.
Back to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get you to move the slides, Karen. Thanks.
Sorry, is that the right one?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is just a depiction from our strategy that showed our current or our previous process around capital planning and budgeting. It's a traditional budgeting approach that many municipalities use, where projects are identified reactively. Budgets are set usually based on a mix of historic spending and anticipated anticipated short-term project demands, and then the projects are completed with the level of service being a result of that process. So next slide. So with the new process, what we're looking to do is improve upon our previous business case templates, which didn't capture a lot of information. They were being used somewhat inconsistently and didn't really have a way to compare one project to another. So as noted on the slide, that creating this new process is an opportunity to make more strategically aligned decisions based on common and agreed upon set of criteria, with a more complete understanding of the life cycle benefits, costs, and risks of a project. So next slide. So this is a one-page poster that was created from our asset management policy, and what it shows are the 6 principal statements that are listed in that policy. The one shown in red is the responsible decision making, which is where this business case template and project prioritization project sit. So if the next slide just shows a zoom in on that one principal statement. So a couple items I wanted to highlight and just make note is that 4.1.1 talks about making decisions based on balancing life or level of service risks and whole life costs. And the fourth one on there, it talks about ensuring business case or project business cases are clearly identified and that the service needs, they consider options, look at whole life costs, and provide a documented evidence of for the final decision. So that's one area too where our previous template, it didn't necessarily, it documented some information, but didn't necessarily how we took those projects from that business case stage into the capital budget and how we rank them or place them within the 5-year capital budget that we were looking to develop. So next slide. So this is a figure from the strategy again, showing the evolving investment planning process that we're looking to implement. So it highlights the new decision-making process that we're looking to move forward with, which includes the implementation of several asset management and other initiatives. So the big connection here, the big difference is that we're looking to link the goals and the needs and push them through a structured investigation and prioritization project to get our capital plans at the end. So the focus of the template and prioritization work that we were doing is on the solutions and priority portion of this figure that's noted on here, which I'll explain in a bit more detail on the next slide. So this is taking those two boxes and breaking them down further, and it's just it shows how we're stepping through the different stages of the business case development. There's a couple of checkpoints on the prioritization process, and then the output being a prioritized list that we can then use to help guide the decisions that we're making on our capital planning. So within this, next slide, there's the set of criteria that were used to rank these projects within the business cases that we were creating. The project rationale at the top, there's 3 items that are listed there. These are the driving factors or the primary benefit of the project. So one of these would be selected for the project that you were creating the business case for, and you would rank it on one of these 3. And then the common criteria listed there show 8 items that every project is scored upon. And so the weightings that are shown are what was presented to council in November and what was used to get the priorities that are listed on the 2021 capital budget. So that's just a quick overview of what was discussed previously, and to remind council as we go into the capital planning discussion next, we've added a prioritization or a priority ranking on the capital sheets as a reference to show where they ranked amongst each other in the general fund, and to just, again, it's just another tool or piece of information that can use to help make decisions on when these capital projects are scheduled to take place.
Councilor Barklow.
Now, if you can go back one slide. Yeah, so in some ways this provides a level playing field for the evaluation of all the competing projects, but also I was just wondering, how are these weightings established, and would it be the same in, or very close in other communities, or just sort of like from a textbook somewhere, or will you guys, hammer it out after several rounds of fistfights? And
yeah, so thank you, Councillor Barkwell. It was a combination. We worked with our consultant, IC Infrastructure, out of Kelowna, who brought with them some examples on what other communities had used. But it did take a number of hours of deliberation between the working group within the district that was working on this, to first of all identify what criteria we thought were most important, and then set these weightings to to emphasize certain criteria over others. So it was a number of workshops throughout 2020 to get to this point. That being said, though, this is something that this is sort of the levers that council could adjust moving forward as we continue this process for future years. If there's any weightings that council feels should be adjusted, it's simple to make those adjustments and then utilize that when doing the prioritization.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, I remember when this first came to council, we looked at it, we thought it was good then, and I think it would be worth us looking at this again every year and just to make sure that the percentage is aligned with our priorities. Thank you.
Councillor Buckle?
It just seems like something can come along and throw the whole thing out of whack, like a huge safety issue or a huge compliance issue, but I guess you gotta start somewhere, so. That would override everything, right? You know, it's gonna be a health and safety issue.
Any other questions on that? Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I think this is a good start. I think as Councillor Barkwell alluded to, the percentage rates state 3 to 1, 20% is an arbitrary, whether it be compliance or likelihood, I believe that says. So that would be arbitrary in regards to who's looking at it at the time on where that's going. You know, if we think back to Stevens Road where we got sued 3 times, where would that have fallen in this? Because we knew we got, there was some legal issues, yet we put it off for another year before it happened. So I agree with Councillor Barkwell, and I think we have to. I think this is great because we need a path, we need a road to follow and to go down. But I think that it has to be reviewed and scrutinized a little bit on as we move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for that, Chris.
Thanks.
So the last component, Madam Mayor, is of course the 2021 to 2025 capital plan. Going through it in detail. May I suggest a break if that works for everyone?
Yes.
15 minutes?
Good. 15 minutes?
Get us, allow us to set up the screens and bring everything up.
Richard, can you get coffee?
Yeah, 15 minutes is enough to go and get coffee, isn't it?
The line was to the road this morning when I came in,
Oh, was
and
it?
I'm not stopping. I'll have coffee too.
That's true.
So can we bring up the
It sort of focused the discussion, I guess, on those areas that may be more salient for council deliberation and questions. In the alternative, we could put up the list and have staff walk through every single project, provide a description, and do a one-off conversation on every one of them. So we just wanted to test and see if there's a preference for council on one of those approaches.
Okay, so 2 options. Can you just indicate option 1 or option 2? You just raise your fingers or whatever. Who's in favor of option 1?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I'm not sure what lists you're referring to. We don't have a copy of these slides. Do we?
Madam Mayor, it's the capital plans were sent out to council, I believe, on Friday. They're the,
Yeah, we've got that.
those are the lists that we're speaking of.
You're in your agenda.
Karen's just bringing up the PDF.
So,
There it is.
any thoughts, option 1 or 2? Option, okay,
I forget what options were, but I'd be happy to go through the list quickly.
like what, a project by project? So that's option 2. Anyone else?
I'll concur with Councilor Holmes.
Okay.
Option 2.
That's 2? Yeah, okay. So I guess we're doing it, yes, thank you.
We'll turn it back over to Dave then and
Perfect.
staff.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. With that then, we'll go through the individual projects here and then provide council with just brief overviews, and then if there are further questions, we can speak to those. The first sheet that we'll be working with is the capital expenditures admin and IT sheet, which is page
2.
2 of council's agenda, or of the presentation, or what was sent out to council. And different staff will be speaking to different projects as we move through these lists, so you don't have to listen to me. The first project, IT infrastructure. So the district, we do budget approximately $15,000 annually for capital projects on the IT side. It could be anything from servers, storage arrays, those types of things. And that's kind of an annual line item that is in the budget for those types of replacements. Karen, can you speak to 3, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the Comprehensive Climate Action Planning Project, that's an ongoing project where Council has already approved the Community Climate Action Plan. The Corporate Climate Action Plan the draft has just been received, so we're just reviewing that, and that will be coming to Council in the next little while. And the funding for that is 90,000. Maybe I can move this over. 90,000 is grant funding, and the remainder comes from the reserve.
Any questions on that one? Okay.
Thank you, Karen. The next item, $10,000 line item for the time capture software. This was budgeted for 2020 with some of the issues that we've had with COVID and workloads. This project unfortunately was not taken on in 2020. It is an important project. As we let council know last year, our current time capture system is no longer supported by our software providers. So this is something that we need to have looked at in the first half of the year. This does involve numerous departments consulting with each other, and this is a priority that needs to be moved forward. Karen, I think the next 3 years.
Sure. So Council, the next 3 are related to IT. So the School District 67 Shared Services Replacement Project, that was discussed at Council when the IT assessment was brought forward in November. That's a total of $75,000, and what that will do is bring our phone system back in-house and also our network back in-house. So it's basically helping to get our systems in place so that we're able to manage them and also find ways to reduce the amount of resources required to operate those systems. The council chamber audiovisual improvements. So council had requested staff to look at ways to improve the audiovisual in chamber. We are bringing a report to council on Monday with some information on what that might look like. And that particular one is coming in more than 50,000. So Dave is actually adjusting the budget on that one. The intent is to use the COVID funding for that particular project. And the business continuity and IT performance improvements, that's the second project that came out of the assessment, and that's ensuring that we have our foundations solid for security and also for performance. So new SQL servers, separating our GIS from our financial system so that they have their own servers, and just basically getting the foundation for our IT systems solid.
Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Karen, why is number 8 or the 75,000 for business continuity, why is it priority ranked so low at 13?
I would have to, when they were going through the ranking, that was based on the criteria that came out. I don't know if Chris is able to speak to that.
If I may, Madam Mayor? I would think that after our email that we got, in regards to the phishing that came out and that I would consider that our performance improvements and our IT would be rated a little bit higher than 13 for safety reasons, for protecting our systems.
Yeah, and I think that's why it is on the priorities right now, is that there is a recognition that sometimes when you go through the criteria that even though it did come in at a lower number, it is a priority for the district and for council. So that's why it is on the budget for 2021.
That's excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Councillor Turner.
Yes, slightly silly question, but how come there's only sub-markings for priority ranking? Like here we have 13 and 3, but the others aren't ranked. And is there a master list where we can see like 1 through 15 or whatever it is?
Madam Mayor, I can answer that question. The priority rankings were based on a new system that the district is using, and the thought process was that the new projects, so the 2021 projects, would go through that system. There were a couple that kind of came in at the last minute, like the council chamber audiovisual one, for instance, that unfortunately didn't get to go through that process and didn't get a ranking. It's a very time-consuming process to put these business cases together, and as staff, looking at the 2020 projects that we're transferring over into 2021, there wasn't the value that would potentially be received from that. We didn't really think there'd be a lot of value because those are projects that had already been approved and by council. So to put them then through that priority ranking process with all of the additional steps that would have been required would have taken an immense amount of time. So that's why there's quite a few that don't have rankings beside them.
Okay, can I? And sorry, just one more thing for clarification then. Like number 3, is there? Oh, sorry. Number 3, is there like a 1? Is there a 1 and 2 before that?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the way the priority ranking system works is there's I think 7 or 8 different tabs. So when we look at the general fund, they incorporate not only admin and IT, but works and utilities, fire. So what happens is you'll see rankings on each of the sheets. And Councillor Barkwell did note in an email the other day that 1 and 15 were missing, and 1 was my error. I forgot to put it on the sheet, but that was the organics processing facility. And 15 was a project on the work side that during the course of budget discussions at senior management level, it was deemed that it was technically not a capital project, it was more of an operational project, so it got yanked and moved into operation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bartle?
From a practical point of view, isn't there sort of a category that's, say, small capital that you wouldn't want to spend all the time going through this whole ranking process? I'm looking, say, like your payroll. You know, sooner or later, you know you're going to have to do it. It's almost it's only $10,000. You know, you're not going to want to spend a lot of time on that. So have you thought about that? Like, you know, if it's under 50,000 or under 25,000 or something?
There are thresholds, and Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the threshold for filling in a business case is $25,000.
No, it was 10,000. But there was categories between different ranges that had it as a small, medium, large, or extra large project. And as the project increased in size, more information was required to be filled in on the business case. So the smaller projects, it was just very basic information, but still capturing it and ranking it against the common criteria.
Thank you.
I just have one question about item 6 that Karen just spoke to. The $75,000, that's eligible for COVID restart? Is that because it's technology or IT?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. This is not directly related to capital, but to IT. You know that Microsoft class action claim where you can claim back between the years 1998 and 2010, Microsoft overcharged on all its Windows operating products in Office Suite. That if we have receipts, which I presume we do, we can claim back a certain percentage. For individuals like us, if you don't have receipts, it's okay. I encourage everybody to do it. You can claim. Depends how much technology you bought, but I've claimed back $150 myself. Took a certain pleasure of thinking my former employer. So, but for an operation like ours, if you have the receipts, then maybe you can claim back whatever you're entitled to. I think it's worth looking into.
Absolutely. I'm making a note, and we will definitely look into that.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. It's like finding refundable pop bottles, isn't it? Councillor Bartle.
With this, through the COVID, I do IT system and such, and separating the two systems on two different servers. We'll give us sort of a nice Cadillac IT system that'll be good for a little bit longer than IT systems are usually good for. And you know, I mean, I love the GIS system, and you can be half a second faster with the loading. I'd be happy.
Yeah. So actually, that is GIS is another one. So getting their own servers. So there's I'm not really sure of all the technology, but the disaster recovery is another big part of it. And what that means is we're getting certain switches for each of these particular servers that provide a level of security from it going down, and some backup systems. So we'll be building backup systems for all of our major ones, separating all of the major ones. And I should have mentioned GIS, but that's definitely, or I did mention GIS. So that one's definitely being separated. And the finance, and we certainly are having issues with finance system right now. And in a couple of years, we may be looking at replacing that system.
So could it be done now under COVID or anything?
The finance system, we could. It's labeled as kind of down the priorities of our timeline for the 5-year plan for IT. It's listed as something that we're looking at starting next year in 22 with the investigation as to what kind of system do we need, kind of doing the needs assessment, finding out what's out there, and then putting together a really comprehensive plan of action for implementation, because it will affect obviously our finance department quite heavily. So I don't see it happening until 23 at the earliest, but certainly if council wanted us to look at that sooner.
There's always a hidden cost with old and IT systems that in the staff time wasted fighting them and
I spent all my life on the computer, and it's annoying as heck when, so I feel for the staff, and they don't have the, what is best that we can provide.
If I may just speak to that, Madam Mayor, just, I think someone had noted, can we use the COVID funding for that? And that we could not use COVID funding to replace our finance system. It's based on my conversations with my contact at the ministry. She sent me this one line, and I think it's an extremely important line. When considering if an item is an eligible cost under the program, the question needs to be asked, is this expenditure a direct result of COVID? Our finance system and its sometimes short capabilities is not a direct result of COVID, it's just a direct result of the system itself, so it would not qualify for that fund. But something that, as Karen mentioned, does need to be looked at in the next few years.
So following along on that line, if I could just take another 2 or 3 minutes, how does the shared services with School District 67 fall into being a direct result of COVID?
Madam Mayor, this the urgency is twofold. So the urgency for getting our systems up to date is definitely something that would be operational and probably happen anyway. However, the urgency of it is because of our reliance now on technology and moving forward, trying to ensure that our systems are stable for privacy, security, and also for holding meetings for the public. Who are able to participate remotely, as well as council participating remotely, and perhaps having that hybrid. So the increased reliance on IT is recognized as part of the funding allowance from the COVID funds, simply because of the amount of use that we're now putting onto our IT systems over and above what already was there.
Great. Not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
If we continue on then, Madam Mayor, the one additional comment I just wanted to make, Karen did note that number 7 there, the council chamber audiovisual improvements, council will be receiving a report on Monday, and that number, the adjusted budget number there would be $75,000, so the 50 up to 75. With the entire funding source, of course, remaining with the COVID-19 safe restart. Just wanted to provide that update. The next item on the list, which is in 2022, is budgeting software. So we have had this conversation with council over the last few years, and apparently not everyone sees budgeting as exciting and thrilling as I do. So it's a matter of looking at different systems out there and trying to get something not only that will help the finance staff in preparing these budgets for council, but also having that engagement with the public. So we're looking at different platforms and trying to get something that makes it more palatable to everyone and get some engagement from the public. And the last item, the phase 3 directional signage. This was an item that has been in the budget now for a few years. When Andreas was here, he was the one that was working on this project. We had received some grant funding from an operations side of things to fund his position, and he had put together the kind of the directional signage and those types of things. Some of the signage has been put up, as council has seen throughout the community, and the $40,000 has been the remainder of the previous budget that has continuously just been left in the budget.
Councilor Barfoot?
Yeah, why is signage in the capital or the admin and IT budget instead of
Public Works.
Through the mayor, the reason it was there originally was the staff member that was dealing with that was an admin staff member, if you recall, Andreas. I'm sorry, I don't remember what his role was, but he was the one that was spearheading it, and at that point in time, as an admin individual, that's where the project found a home.
Oh, Councillor Carlson.
Just want to also add that the downtown task force has already brought up the need for better signage and directional. So it's a good place to have it, I think, because it's going to come back, I'm assuming, at the end of that process.
Okay. If there are no further questions, then, Madam Mayor, on this page, I'd ask Karen to slide down to the next one, page 3 of the council agenda. And this is where Lori gets to provide us with her updates.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, starting with 2021, we've allocated funding for the Health and Recreation and Health Center project. Council will be receiving a report on Monday for the milestones of completing the needs assessment and the community engagement summary. So just a warning, it's 200 pages long, and you will be receiving it at the end of today. And then we'll be moving into our next phases of work in 2021, which includes completing a feasibility study once we have identified what the scope of the project is, and doing a site fit analysis, so looking at property and how this new facility could fit and connect into a couple different sites. And also we'll be beginning preparations for the referendum process. So I panicked a little bit when I heard David saying the referendum process takes 1 to 2 years. So that triggered that we're gonna have to start that as soon as possible. So that's the $100,000 that's allocated there. And the other 2 items, we have $20,000 allocated annually for arena and pool equipment failure replacement. So that is only used if something does fail, but there's an allocation in there for that. And the 3rd item is the arena facility condition assessment. That is listed in the council priorities chart. And we will be implementing that this year with a grant or without a grant. We were not successful last year in receiving the grant. The program was oversubscribed. They did say that the application was very strong and suggested that we resubmit, which I did at the beginning of January, and we'll know in spring if we receive $10,000 to contribute to that. Any questions about the 2021 projects? Okay, and David, did you want me to go through future years as well?
Madam Mayor.
Council? You want to look ahead to 2022 and beyond? Okay. Oh, Councillor Barkle has a question.
Just the one large item, the curling club and arena chillers. Is there sort of a this is sort of scheduled before the even before we've had the assessment. Is there any chance that that would be postponed?
Yes, the chillers will be analyzed through the assessment, condition assessment. There is a possibility that it could be moved out. They'll check the condition of it and give us an indication of really a 10-year plan on everything in the arena and when things do need to get replaced. This has been in our plan for several years, knowing that they are coming up end of life. So we'll get more information from the arena condition assessment on that, as well as the fire suppression plan and design.
Councillor Van Elton and then Councillor Town.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through our Director of Recreation. Last year on the budget, the Summerland Steam trailer replacement, I don't see that on here at all anymore. I know we deleted it last year, or it was supposed to be.
It was removed based on our budget discussions this time last year with council. It was suggested to remove that, which we did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To our Director of Recreation. Lori, the curling club event door, was that the door that was going to be put into the side of the curling rink for like larger than the double doors that are there now? I thought that we had approved that last year.
I think it may have was reviewed and it was in there and we pushed it out because of COVID and because we're still not clear on the demands of events in that site, we've pushed it out a little further, but we'll probably find out a little bit more this year on the potential requests and demands around greater access for events on that site. So it may move up and it may move farther out after we have further analysis.
Excellent, thank you, if I may. So if and this would be to our Director of Finance, so if we had moved that forward, Dave, how come it's not indicated in the 2020 budget that it would be an actual surplus that's moving into further years?
Could you repeat the question? I don't quite understand it.
Oh, sure. So if we approved the door for 2020 budget, but it was not acted upon, but moved now into 2023, how come it's not indicated that it is a surplus that was allowed in the budget that's not being recognized?
So the 2020 budget items that you see on your on the package, the agenda package, that's the amended budget that council looked at back in June. So what had happened when this budget was brought to council in June, as you may recall, there were numerous projects that either got deferred into 2021, from 2020 into 2021, and that would have been one of those projects. So when we look at the funding sources themselves, whatever the funding source would have been at that point in time has stayed with that project, but it's just been moved out to the 2023 year.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. Yeah, I was kind of wondering the same thing as I was going through the budget, that I was wondering what happened to some of the items that we postponed because of COVID. And I was trying to remember when we made that decision. You said June. I was looking at, I didn't get to June. I was looking at all of April and all of May agendas, and I couldn't find it. So, so yeah, I was wondering because I noticed a number of situations like that. And on the next page, for example, the washer and dryer at the campground, I remember us deferring that because of COVID, but then I can't find it in the agenda in this year's budget anywhere. So does that mean we don't need these things anymore? Or it's, I just thought we deferred all of these things for a year rather than eliminating them. And I don't quite understand why they disappeared.
To speak to that, yes, for the most part, the items that were identified and to be deferred were deferred to future years, either 2021 or 2022, depending on where they had been allocated at that point in time. There were some projects as senior staff, when we were going through the budgets, there was discussion as to whether or not some of them still needed to be included in the capital plans. So there may have been a couple items that did get removed at that point in time. that answer?
Do you remember which meeting that was? I'd like to look at the list of items that we deferred.
I can.
Yeah. Do you want to do it now? It's fine.
Can we, CEO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think one thing what we could do just to help the discussion to continue to move forward is we can commit to going back and providing council a report to say if there were any, what were those ones that came off of council's decision, if they were moved out, what year were they moved to, and if any dropped off based on senior staff consideration or new information, what those ones were and why. So we could come back to council with a specific report on that just to give a proper update.
That works?
Yeah, if it's not too much work, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, great.
So if there are no further questions on this page, on the pool arena and center stage, I'd ask Karen to slip down to the next one. And
Thank you, Lori.
Lauren, if you could keep going, please.
You bet. I'll speak to these items, and then Chris, if you have anything you want to add, feel free to jump in. So starting at the top of 2021 parks projects, skate park construction. This is just this is actually remaining funds from 2019 with the skate park construction. There's still a few items Public Works are working on, which is to get the rock and the plaque installed, and a few final works with some bollards. We're hoping to have that completed early this year. Outdoor fitness equipment, this is a carry forward item. The equipment is at yards, it's on site, ready to be installed. Prior to installing it at a Memorial Park, it was halted until the EV stations were installed there. So we're hoping to put those in for the spring. Geotechnical work at the Lakeshore Racquet Club, that's to have a look at the foundation there for potentially installing tennis courts at that location. The boreholes have been done. They have done the work. I'm just waiting for the results of that report, which I should be getting any day now. Irrigation system, Dale Meadows and Living Memorial. Chris, I believe those were started a little bit early in 2020 and carried forward to 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the next item is a carry forward item. It was deferred because of COVID, which is the repair of the campground office roof. The next item, waterfront concept plan. So that's up and scheduled for this year. We did receive a $10,000 grant to help support this work, and we'll be rolling that out soon after budget's passed. Rodeo ground upgrades. This is a cost recovery item with the Summerland Rodeo Grounds Equine Development Committee. They are contributing funds to get electrical from the main ring to the back ring. It was a carry forward item from, it didn't happen in COVID, and it was carried forward to this year to happen. The Memorial Park playground equipment, we have moved that up. We were going to originally hold off until the downtown and the Memorial Park master plan was completed. But based on council's direction in October this year, we moved that forward for 2021. So once council has passed budget, we'll be moving forward with that project if this moves forward. I took the opportunity to reach out into the community. There was some suggestions from council to maybe look at partnership opportunities in our community that might want to be part of this destination innovative playground in Memorial Park. And I'll just quickly report back with what I've heard. Unfortunately, with the service clubs, it was a real challenging year last year to raise funds to support this project, but I did receive overwhelming positive response from the Summerland Rotary Club. They would like to be part of this project and be a partner. However, they need to raise some funds, and they're committed to putting on a great fundraiser to help support this playground project. The Kinsman Club also had a challenging year with fundraising. They have reached out to some of their partner funding sources to see if they can access some dollars. They definitely want to be part of the project. They said that they can provide labor if that's allowable. So we'll be looking into that opportunity. They would like to have their club members there and help with potentially removal of existing equipment. So they've got people power, and they're still kind of working on the funds. They also said if the project is accessible, they may be able to access some funds through the Kinsman Foundation, which is about $5,000. The Penny Lane Charity Society is also very interested in a partnership. However, they want a little bit more information about what is going to be built, and but they would like to be at the table to see how they might be able to contribute. The Summerland Firefighters Association has volunteered also labor. They would like to be there and provide muscle power to assist us in how we can cut costs by having volunteer labor. And they have some funds that they think they might be able to contribute to a feature in the playground. And lastly, the credit union has also said that they want to be a partner. Unlike the service clubs, they actually have a little bit of extra money because they weren't giving it out last year because a lot of events didn't happen. So they have not committed a number yet, but they are interested in providing some funding support for that project. So just a summary on that. I wanted to give you a heads up about the Memorial Playground project.
Question from Councillor Patton.
Lori, I know when the playgrounds came up, I think it was the year before last, and the playground equipment came back super expensive, and that's why we decided to put all the funds into Memorial Park. Have you done any preliminaries for the 250,000, like for the concept plan that you are looking at for the playground? Is $250,000 going to be enough?
I haven't done any current research. I did research when I presented it to council last time, and I'm going to say about a year and a half ago. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to. It's substantially more than I believe it was $60,000 we went out with last time, and we got some equipment, so it's significantly more than what we had. I feel that it is enough, and especially if we get some additional funds from these service clubs.
Excellent, thank you. So this will be, let's see what happens when the prices come in for the new playground equipment.
Yeah, we'll go through a procurement process, and like I say, it's substantially more than what we originally went out with, so I'm hoping that we'll get some really creative and innovative equipment pieces to consider.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Barkle?
Yes, could you remind me exactly what area of the waterfront this waterfront plan is for and the rationale behind it?
Sure, through Madam Mayor to Council Barkwell. This waterfront concept plan came out of a council meeting when we were discussing the replacement of the pier, and we were looking at what that pier could look like. What do we replace it with? Does it have play features? Is it like for like? And then there was a discussion from council about, well, what is our vision for the entire waterfront area? And the suggestion that we do a waterfront concept plan to confirm that vision prior to doing any significant investments in that area. So it was The scope of work is looking from the boat launch through Peach Orchard Beach down to the end of Rotary Beach.
I think I'm regretting that decision myself. I mean, we have a new concept plan, layout, whatever you may call it, for the new building that's going to be down there, presumably. And then the rest of it is just a walkway. $50,000 would go a long ways towards new additional parking, which is our most immediate and biggest problem at Peach Orchard Beach, where the boat launch. People are parking all over. The bylaw guy has to be down there all day. Does anybody else have any doubts about the value of this plan?
Councillor Holmes?
Yeah, my recollection of the conversation was when we were talking about the pier and the work that needed to be done to restore that pier and the cost involved and the conversation kind of went, well, what if we got rid of the pier altogether and then well, we can't do that because it's such an important part of Summerland's heritage and I think that's kind of the conversation was going around in that direction. And we thought, well, okay, but the only way to find, I guess, the only way to figure all this out is to have some sort of vision of what we want that lakefront to look like. And I would certainly like to have an idea of what the scope of that waterfront concept plan is, have a better idea. What does it include? I don't know. I'd like more details on it myself.
Back to you, Councillor Barco, and then Councillor Patton.
Yeah, with that, I'm thinking, we got really excellent reports concerning a dog park and community consultation, all of that for considerably less money than $50,000 on this that is budgeted for the waterfront plan. Perhaps we could still have a plan, but maybe not a $50,000 plan. Something more on the, in the scheme of one of the two dog park reports we have. Or is it 3 now? I don't know.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm leaning towards Councillor Barkwell. I think that maybe perhaps this isn't the year that we spend $50,000 in regards to this. The demo has started on the new condo project down by the water, and I agree. I think maybe we have to take a step back. The concept plan can actually be done next year, maybe, or 2023 even. I don't think that there's a huge need to spend that $50,000 at this point for that concept. Thank you.
Councillor Holmes?
Yeah, just a question, if I may. So for the line item number 22, the repairs to the pier, so we have $50,000 in 2022 and $450,000 in 2023. What is that $50,000 in 2022 for?
That, Councillor Holmes, that is for the design of the replacement. So whether it's a like-for-like replacement or the design of a new structure.
And so the thinking is we needed a waterfront plan before we went ahead and spent that $500,000 that's currently budgeted for. Yeah, I think that was the thinking. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you think of like what Peachland did or something, maybe we could do something rather than just replace what's there. Maybe we could do something different. It was that. If I remember correctly, I think that was kind of the thinking.
Yeah, it was. So that was whether we threw out the option to, initially we were looking at a like-for-like replacement, just replace the same configuration as of a T pier that's there. But then the question came up, do we want to look at, like Lori had mentioned, play structures, a diving platform, a rope swing, or do we want to keep it just as a pier?
If I follow up then, so in principle, I would say, yeah, let's defer all that. But the one question is what's the risk of that pier collapsing and that we're forced to do something, whether we want to or not. And I don't know if anybody can answer that question, but I guess that's the only thing that makes this a little more urgent than it needs to be.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Holmes. Yeah, we discussed that. I think it was back in 2019 when this was first discussed with the concerns of the structure and the condition of it. We have added signage at the entrance of the pier that warns any users that there are structural issues with the pier, and it's sort of use at your own risk. That being said, if there was significant settlement or partial collapse of this structure, the risk that we talked about at that time and that we would probably follow through now would be closing that to any public use until it was repaired. So for now, it can be used, like I said, at sort of at the public's own risk. But if there was a imminent hazard or risk that was noted, then it would have to be closed.
So I guess the question for us is are we prepared to take the chance that we might have to close that pier and then we deal with it at the time, and what the community, how the community would respond to that scenario.
Just before you go, Councillor Barthel, it seems to get the most use by the grads, right? That seems to be. No, I know. But that used to be the case, and of course with COVID, that wasn't going to happen anyways. I don't know how much of that should be part of our thought on this. I'm in favor of continuing with the concept plan, and if we have to close the pier because of liability issues or potential failure there, then that's part of what we have to do, is protect the public. Councillor Barthel and then Councillor Patton.
Sort of in response to Councillor Holmes's question about the public reaction, I think that if we did close it, then the public has a bigger appetite for spending the money to have it replaced back to the other piers that we had to close, and then immediately people sort of saw a value in spending the money to get them repaired. So, I guess my only question is, does this study have to cost $50,000? And I'm not really in a good position to answer that question, but hopefully we can do it for less.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Barthel, but I do agree with Councillor Holmes also in regards to. I'm just wondering if the plan doesn't take into account what we do at the T pier. We already have the dog beach. We've got the boat launch. I'm not sure what benefit a concept plan would be, except to increase the parking at the boat launch, along by the dog park, and then around the corner. So I think the area of most concern would be the T pier, and what we want to, if we want to look at a different design once we go to repair that. As Chris had mentioned, the reason in 2019, if you remember why we did that to use on your own risk, was because there was a number of the wood piles that that were broken. And so, yeah, we've been bearing that risk since 2019. So, thank you.
Mr. Trainer?
I'm in favor of keeping this in because, you know, we get a lot of comments about that area of town, and then we get comparisons to places like Peachland, and you know, why can't we do a little bit better down there? So I think if we do the plan, we're showing people that we're taking steps towards making it have a bit better of a flow and improving that area. And then also gives the public an opportunity to have their say. And I think whenever you're touching parkland, not that this is all parkland, but there is some components there that people want to have a say. And so I think it shows that we're taking steps towards improving that area, and having a plan is really important to show people what we're doing.
Councillor Van Alphen?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Carlson?
I'll go first. Just another thing I guess to think about is, yes, they're breaking ground on those condos, and that means that there will be more people down there year-round using that space. And my understanding is that Shaughnessy's Cove will reopen as well, and people are going to want something to do before or after going there, and having a nice place that has an actual flow to it, and we have a plan in place, I think is quite valuable. I guess that question remains, is 50,000 too much? Perhaps. Is 2021 the right year to do it? I'm not sure.
Thank you, Councillor Van Alphen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I have to kind of agree with Councillor Trainer. Plan's going to take a while, you know, public consultation, the whole 9 yards, but part of the plan, in my opinion, would absolutely have to encompass the boat launch. Because right now, as Councillor Barco mentioned, bylaw spends so much time down there in the summer. Parking is a scarcity at the boat launch, and you know, eventually it's going to have to be expanded, because right now they're parked all the way up the street. They're on the lawns, they're wherever they can find a spot, and I think it's telling us something. And I think part of the plan would have to encompass that, to increase the size of that. And how do we do that? Are we allowed to go north? Do we go south? You know, I don't know those answers, but I think that's what this plan will help us to determine. And I think we're going to have to eventually, like, you got to get the ball rolling somewhere, you know, and then, you know, like say, we need that public engagement component of the plan. And so there's the recreational boat users, there's the hikers and walkers and the pier, and on it goes. So I would be in favor to go forward with it if it encompasses the boat launch also. Thank you.
Councillor Holmes?
Thank you. A question through to Chris, if I may. I was just wondering, when's the last time the pier was inspected, and has the condition of the pilings deteriorated in the last 2 years?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Holmes. I believe it was 2018 when the last inspection was completed. So we have not completed any inspections since that point, because that report stated that all of the piles would need to be, the majority of the piles would need to be replaced over the upcoming 2-year period. And so we were already at the state of looking to do a full replacement. So further assessment of that structure has not been completed to date.
So we don't know if it's deteriorated more in the last 2 years or not? 3 years?
We know it has continued to deteriorate. To what point? No. Just that the recommendations at that time of the last assessment were to move forward with, I believe it was replacing 1/3 of the pilings each year, that year and the 2 subsequent years. The discussion came up then, if we're looking to do a replacement and reconstruction of that, we would likely be using a different material for the piles, which would then change the alignment and spacing of those piles. So then it was a full reconstruction.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of the same mind as Councilor Carlson. I think this needs to be done. It's just what I'm not sure in my head is this, can we put it off? Can we put it off a year or not? I don't know. And the other question regarding the boat launch, don't we own that land that's not used for anything just north of the parking lot for the boat launch? Can't we just make the parking lot larger?
Yes, Councillor Holmes, I believe there is a portion of land to the north that is owned by the district. I guess that being said, that would be one of the items as noted in the waterfront concept plan would be to address the existing parking, look at areas for future expansion, and try to optimize the configuration and long-term plan for parking.
So I guess this question is for Dave. Oh, Councilor Barkle?
Go ahead now.
Oh, thank you. This question probably is for Dave. Do we need a informal vote of council on whether to keep this in the 2021 budget, or is that what you might be looking for?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, it currently is in the budget as a 2021 item, so.
Yeah, sorry, but to keep it in or to push it out?
I think a vote of council would be needed if you were going to move it out. But as of right now, it is there, so.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so did you have a question? Yeah, please go ahead.
So, to me, the most pressing element here is not the pier, which I think maybe they said we were good for 5 years or something, if you remember, is the parking. And that's the best reason I can see for proceeding with the plan if it moves the parking problem solving forward. So I guess I would not vote to delay the plan. I just hope that, you know, that maybe it doesn't cost $50,000. That's all. But and that the two big elements of the plan are for parking and concepts for the new pier. And there's nothing in the budget for extending that parking, so maybe that has to be considered too, and could be considered right now. Maybe a question to a director of Public Works. How much would, say, doubling the parking area down at Peach Orchard Beach cost? Were you looking at a $50,000 item or a $200,000 item?
Chris, there was a question there for you. Maybe Councillor Barkle, would you mind repeating that? He was just away from his desk.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we get a feel, because it would have to go in our capital budget, I presume, what the expansion of the parking lot at Peach Orchard would cost, whether we're looking at a large item, like to me, $250,000, or a relatively minor item, say $50,000.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Barkle. I guess that depends on, we would need to do some level of assessment of what's currently available, what the current use is, and what we see during maximum use in the summer, and to be able to quantify what the additional number of stalls we should be adding to this area would be. I think part of that would then probably flow down to Rotary Beach as well, being that there's limited parking there, and that's where looking at this all the way from Rotary Beach up to the boat launch, you know, could be part of that. But yeah, at the boat launch itself, we would need to have some quantification of the number of vehicles we're looking to accommodate for parking, and based on what we have now.
So I was just thinking that, like, there should be something in this, you know, you've got a number of $450,000 for the pier. I can easily see doubling the parking down there at Peach Orchard. Shouldn't there be something in the longer term budget for that aspect of things? Yeah, and could you give us a feel, like if it was to be doubled?
Thanks, Councillor Barkle. Not off the top of my head, but we can definitely quantify for council either an average per stall cost, or if we're looking to double the number or the area that's currently there for parking, what that would, what the potential cost of that would be. I think the plan for the waterfront concept plan would be to identify parking, the pier, and possibly other improvements or changes to the area that would be desired, and having a capital cost and a timeline associated with each of those as part of that long-term plan.
Well, I suppose it could wait.
No, but like I said, if we're looking to get an idea on what just the parking aspect and what it would be to double the size of the area that's there now, that is definitely something we can quantify and get back to council on.
Just a back of the envelope kind of estimate, because I think it might be significant. I don't know. But it's, I think, I see a lot of heads nodding on council that it is a priority to most of us.
Councillor Van Elton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment through Chris and Lori. I think number one is our bylaw would have probably some significant numbers on the parking issue at the boat launch from last summer. And then there's another discussion on partial way of funding this as a user fee. You know, maybe, because I know in Penticton, I think it's $70 a year for a resident to use their boat launch, and then guests have to pay, or tourists have to pay per time. So that's another way we could look at possibly help funding the additional parking. Thank you.
So I'll just ask the question, is the consensus then, or general consensus anyways, to have this stay in the budget and not push it back to 2022? Yes? Okay, so that's good. Okay.
If I may make a comment, Madam Mayor, if the discussion here with council and there's a want and a desire to incorporate some component of parking down at the beach, we have the ability to insert something into the budget. We may not allocate specific dollars to it. However, in order to ensure that it is a placeholder and it is not forgotten when we look at these budgets in the future, potentially having that line item noted in the budget would be beneficial for council.
So you're thinking in future years, like because this is a 5-year financial plan?
Yeah, so we could add line 32, for instance, and call it Peach Orchard boat ramp parking or something to that effect. Just so that it's there. There would not be any dollars attributed to it at this point in time because Chris hasn't had the opportunity to do any of those calculations, and none of the studies are done yet. But at least it would be on the plan, and it would not be forgotten if that is a wish and a desire of council.
Councillor Van Elton.
Yes, please. And so are you recommending then today that line item 11 be changed from waterfront concept plan and parking to make sure we captured that? Or do you just want to add that extra line item? But, you know, if we're doing the plan, we should allocate funds to research the parking also as part of it all, or?
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I think Chris said that that would be a consideration as part of the waterfront concept plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that right, Chris?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, so we would like to have a line item in there.
Okay.
Yes, we would.
It will be added, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, and Councillor Trainer had a question.
I just have a quick question, just while we're talking about the boat launches. How many do we have in Summerland public boat launches? Anybody know? One? No, there's two. Well, there's one in Trout Creek as well.
Yeah.
And so I just, I realize that that's not part of this concept plan, but just for our note, just placing this in everybody's head, when we do get going on that, I think it does need to be remembered that there's that one as well. And so that whatever we do to the one at Peach Orchard will affect the one on Wharf Street and Trout Creek. And that one is in bad shape. And it's every year I'm noticing more and more people are using it. And it's not really designed to handle all that. The boats are ending up like even in front of my house with the trailers and stuff. So whatever we do there, we just have to make sure that we're thinking about the wharf one and how it will be affected. And the wharf one I think needs its own attention, but that's another story as well.
Councillor Patton and then Councillor Van.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the third one that we have no jurisdiction on is at the day park on the other side of Peach Orchard, Sunoka Beach. There, in one of the day parks, there is a boat launch there also that's provincially operated.
Councillor Van Elfen and then Barco.
There's one north of town up at the park, at the provincial park, but, and I agree with Councillor Trina, the Wharf Street one, there's no parking. So you're putting a hardship on all the residents by parking your boat, your trailer there in front of their lawn for the day. And yeah, it's not as well used, but when that parking lot down there is so full, people have no choice. But it is a very risky area to try to launch a boat.
Councillor Barco.
Yeah, I was just going to comment, if we get Peach Orchard when further developed, it'll take some of the pressure off of Trout Creek. It's just, there's no parking there, it's not good.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
So, yes.
May I ask for a resolution, please, to add that to the capital plan?
Okay. Sorry, I was looking up, I thought it was Lori speaking. So, Council heard that, a resolution to add that. Councillor Barco
I'll move a resolution, we add a line item for parking at Peach Orchard Beach.
and Councillor Van Elfen is seconding. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous vote. Thank you. Okay. So that gets us through the parks stuff. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. Oh, no, we're not. Yes.
The next item is the Rotary Beach and Peach Orchard Beach washroom upgrades. Lori? Or Chris? Whoever.
Yeah, there is a grant application in for those washrooms. Chris, anything to add to that? I believe they won't happen unless we are successful with the grant for this year. Otherwise, it would be pushed out to a future year.
Yeah, Lori, that's correct. These are applied for through the Community Economic Recovery Infrastructure Fund, I think it was called. It's 100% funded. It's looking to basically upgrade both washroom facilities for improved access, as well as winterizing at least one of these structures for year-round use.
Question for Councillor Carlson and then Councillor Barton.
My question is why Memorial Park isn't part of that?
I believe that, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, those two were identified because we were waiting for the downtown plan and the Memorial Park master plan to determine what type of washroom facility we would want in the park or in the downtown area. So we were waiting for that study to be completed before, and that's the reason why this grant wasn't applied for. Is that correct, Chris?
That is, yes.
I guess my comment on that is that makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense because every year for the last 5 or 6, I believe I've brought this up because I think it's really important that Summerland has a public washroom that people can use, especially on weekends and Mondays when nothing else is open.
Councillor Barton?
Yeah, I was just wondering when this grant would be, when we'll hear if we're successful.
Sorry, to Councilor Barkwell, I don't recall. It was submitted, I believe, in October. I don't recall if there was a specific date as far as when these would be announced. I believe the website of the program stated it would just be in early 2021. So I believe sometime in February or March, they're expecting to make announcements.
So there's a real possibility it could happen this year.
If we receive the funding, yes.
I agree with Councilor Carlson that downtown washrooms, decent downtown washrooms are important. Shoppers, whoever, park users. Vandalism's a problem, but I think there's nothing we can do about that.
Councilor Van Alphen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilor Carlson. Also, you know, to have a winterized washroom down at Peach Orchard Beach would be wonderful, but it's way out of the way. How many people that's going to accommodate compared to a winterized washroom here downtown, I think it'd be way more valuable, and I think it's way overdue. So I would like to see if that grant funding was available, that we could allocate some of that to Memorial Park. I mean, I understand the whole thing about the downtown neighborhood plan, but that could be another year out, 2 years out, before we are able to proceed with anything. So I think it is something that we should be looking at, you know, in 2021. Thank you.
I guess I have a question related to that, Chris. The $280,000 grant application, and I understand that we don't have it yet, but does it have the, would it be possible to transfer or reallocate some of those funds, those grant funds, if we are successful, to Memorial Park? Or is it, you know, does the criteria say this, tell us exactly what you want to use it for, and there's no wavering from that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the application obviously was based on these two facilities, and it talked about promoting year-round use of the Lakeshore Walking Trail that exists along Peach Orchard and Rotary Beach. That being said, the funding program is eligible for revitalizing outdoor recreation parks, washrooms, and downtown areas. And so these facilities in the downtown area would technically be eligible. So it's a question we could ask the program directors if we were successful on the use of these funds on a similar public washroom facility for a similar purpose.
I guess the intake period is passed.
Yeah, I believe it was October 29th was when the submission was done.
Oh, I remember October 29th. Okay. So, Council, did you want to have further discussion on adding or having, I guess, a staff report on the potential or allocating some funds for the Memorial Park? Councilor Carlson.
Maybe this kind of jumps ahead, but it's relevant to what we're talking about right now. I'm wondering if Giants Head Trail 3 and upgrade 3 and 4 still includes washrooms, and whether or not we might be having a similar conversation 3 lines down, and if we can choose a priority, because I personally think that Memorial Park would be a better location for proper public washroom.
So do phases 3 and 4 include washroom upgrades, the Giants Head washroom upgrades? 67 shingles.
I can answer that, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please.
The Giant's Head Trail upgrades, the funds there are allocated to upgrading the existing washrooms at the top of the mountain, as well as building a new facility in the lower parking lot.
So a brand new washroom facility at the bottom of Giant's Head Mountain.
Correct.
Also decent outhouses at the top.
Upgrades to the upper ones, yes.
Okay, I think we should have a good conversation about that when it comes about.
Okay, so you want to just leave the Memorial Park discussion?
I mean, it depends. I don't want to jump ahead if we're not there yet. I just think it's important. We can tie them together right now. Go back. Okay, to the dog park. The dog park's going to be a good conversation. Yeah, it will be. I'll let you choose.
Councillor Patton and then Councillor Trainer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it's now on the radar of our Director of Recreation and our Director of Public Works. Perhaps since we already, the washrooms are usable during the summer months, spring and until fall time, that perhaps this is something that they can look for grant opportunities and bring it forward for 2022. We wouldn't then affect our 2021 and add another level of work burden on them to come up, try and devise a plan to slip this in when we know that there's grant opportunities all the time, and now it's on the radar. I'm sure that they will do their best to accommodate moving into 2022. Thank you.
Councillor Trainer.
Yeah, there's a lot of projects for 2021 for parks. I do agree. I mean, I don't know how much, Laura can probably tell me this, but I don't know how much money can be shifted around, like the Giant's Head grant. I think that money is specifically for that project. Like, I don't, huh? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Lori, the money for the Giant's Head is a grant, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the funding for the Giant's Head Trail upgrades is grant dependent. I think it's about 73% of the funds are through a granting program that we're waiting on.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Councilor Carlson that Memorial Park does need year-round washrooms, but I'm not sure how that fits in this year. There's already so many projects on here. So yeah, it's not really a concise thought, but that's it.
I think the suggestion that, go ahead, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. I've always thought that we should have some public washrooms downtown. I've never been convinced that winterizing the Memorial Park washrooms are the solution, because it's not always the most accessible washrooms to for the winter time when it's all piled with snow and everything like that. So maybe we should just build some new washrooms attached to Municipal Hall or something like that. That's more actually right downtown where people where people would use them in the winter time. So I just throw that out there, and but and maybe it's something that should be part of the scope of the downtown plan.
Okay, so where do we go from here? or should we wait until we get to the Giants? Okay.
I mean, I really just don't want to see it go missing forever and ever. I just think it's really important we finally deal with it.
I agree with you, Councillor Carlson. I'll ask Karen, do we need a resolution to have staff consideration on I don't know if it'll be winterizing the Memorial Park ones or if it will be something like Councillor Holmes was suggesting, but to at least have something as a reminder in the budget, or what do we need?
Madam Mayor, if there's something specific that council is wishing for staff to do, that would have to be done through a resolution.
So, council, I guess I'll ask you, what would that look like?
Just a question though, all of the items on here aren't necessarily through council resolution. So just to add something to a list of items, why would that need a resolution?
So my understanding is this is being presented to council for the open house. So it's being presented as is. Council will be approving this for taking to the open house. So if anything's added to this list, we need to have a resolution that shows what was in the package actually was changed.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'd like to move that we add downtown year-round washrooms to our list of capital projects. Whether it's done in, I don't know what year we need to put money in for it, but I do think it needs to come out.
So similar to the parking that we just.
Sure, like the parking, yeah.
Okay. Your second, Councillor Holmes. Further discussion? Did you have further
No,
discussion?
line item 33, I assume.
Yes. So if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor? It's approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next is our favorite topic, Off-Leash Dog Park.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the carry
I'll be back.
Except for Councillor Patton.
Sorry, am I on?
Yes, sorry.
This is a carry forward item from previous years, the allocation of $48,000. Where we're at in this project right now, our staff are investigating two sites, the Fosbury site and Dale Meadows parking area, and behind Ball Diamonds 4 and 5. So we will be working on coming back to council in a month or two with more information about those sites and some site plans and updated or some costs around that for council's consideration. And then we'll have a better idea of what the costs are for those two sites prior to council making a decision. So we don't know what that number is going to be. It's $48,000 was from when we were looking to build the dog park at Peach Orchard Beach. That was the dollar amount for that park. So we may have to come back with a budget amendment depending on what these costs come out as, if that makes sense, and if there's any questions about that.
Councillor Van Alphen.
Are you open to some other locations?
You're back.
I'm just kidding, Lauren. No, just thinking more, and I think I mentioned it before, and the Fosbury one, did the Ministry of Transportation or Highways, the other parcel that's south of Biagioni, on the corner of 97 and Biagioni, that goes, if you turn right, you would head to Main Place. Has there been any consideration at all about using the north side for certain sized dogs and large dogs in the other, or would that suffice and then we have it all in one location? Because that land on the corner of Biagioni and 97 and Main Place is a fair chunk of land there that's just grass that we maintain. It's not necessarily a park or anything. I'm just wondering if that's something that could be considered also to make that area larger and satisfy the dog owners.
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Van Elfen, I think that area is included in the scope that was presented by the consultant. So it's kind of an L-shaped area. It actually has 3 parcels of land included. If you add all those parcels up, it totals to just under an acre. But the intention was to look at all of that and incorporate it into the full scope of the dog park, with a section separate for small dogs and large dogs.
Thank you, Marty.
Okay, so no more questions about the dog park?
Okay, so yeah, so like I say, the $48,000 is there. There will be some funds utilized from that allocation for putting the landscape designs together, and the remainder will be there for potential construction of a dog park. The next item, Peach Orchard Campground pickleball courts, that was deferred because of COVID last year to this year. Should be fairly simple to implement. We've already got the procurement documents ready because we actually implemented them last year and then withdrew them. So once council has passed budget, we'll be putting that out to tender and looking to, as a reminder, that is to take the multi-use court at the Peach Orchard Campground and turn it into 4 pickleball courts to add to the existing 2. Next item, Peach Orchard Campground. This is to do the hookups for laundry. Again, a carry forward item that was delayed due to COVID last year to move to this year. The next item, Dale Meadows safety fencing. We did some safety fencing work 2 years ago on ball diamonds 4 and 5, and now this is getting ball diamonds 1, 2, and 3 up to compliance. And the last item is the Giants Head Trail upgrades phases 3 and 4, and that is grant dependent. So if we are successful with the grant, we will be looking to implement that over this year and next year.
Okay, that looks good.
I'm not sure if you want me to go line by line for the future years, or if you want to have a look at those, and if there's any questions about those projects slated for 2022, 23, and 2025.
We'll do your latter suggestion. So I'll give a few minutes for council. And then just let me, Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask about item 25 regarding the tennis courts. So I was just wondering why that's been pushed out to 2023. Previously it was for 2022, and I'm a bit concerned with the losing the tennis court at Peach Orchard Campground to pickleball. That you're going 2 years now without that public tennis court, and whereas the previous budget that was passed, it would just be a 1-year difference.
Thanks, Councillor Holmes. I'm not sure exactly why it was pushed out to 2023. David might be able to answer that, but if it's council's wishes to move it to 2022, I don't see any reason why we couldn't.
Thanks, Lauren. I don't know. I don't know why that was pushed out. We can very easily move it to 2022.
I'd like that.
Councillor.
I'd second.
Okay. And Councillor Barkley, you're in
Second.
Okay. So yeah, if that could be moved back to 2022, that would be great. You don't need a resolution for that, do you, Karen? Or do you?
I'll defer to Dave on that one. It's already in the plan.
Through the mayor, yes, it is in the plan. However, as this is a public document and it's been and is a change to the proposed budget, a council resolution from a paper trail perspective would be
Would you like to make that resolution?
Yeah.
And Councillor Barkley, you indicating that you would second it? Okay. Further discussion on this? All in favor? Thank you. Anything else in the list of non-2021 parks related things? All good, council then? Good, okay. Thank you, Lori. Graham, please tell us lunch is here.
I was just about to say, lunch, I believe, is here, and so it might be an appropriate time to break.
Yes, I would agree. Okay, let's take a lunch break. Councillor Trainer is going to be attending from Zoom, on Zoom this afternoon. So what do you think for the length of the lunch break? She needs to get home and get her
Probably
fitness.
have to do a million things.
Yes.
It's fine.
The whole meeting, a committee of the whole meeting? Starting with capital expenditures on facilities. Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor, on the facilities slide here, a majority of these items will be discussed by Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, Dave. Madam Mayor. The first one on the list, the carry forward from last year, the overhead door replacements for all buildings. This is an ongoing annual amount that we've put in the capital plan to assess the overhead doors and look at replacing them in all of our facilities over the next number of years. The Arts and Cultural Center project, that one, I believe Brad, if he's on the line, he's taken the lead on this one now with Anthony being gone. I don't know if there's much to add at this point. I know they're working through the design drawings with the architect, getting it ready, getting the tender design or tender drawings ready to put out here shortly. There's been some discussion with Works and the trades over the last couple of weeks to get those finalized. So I think that's moving forward. Brad, anything to add on the Arts and Culture Center?
Thanks. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just dealing with someone up front at our front counter. Yeah, we've actually got the tender out right now. It's closing on Monday this week. We have a lot of interest actually coming in from contractors, potential contractors. So so that's hopeful, and we'll see what how the numbers come out after the RFP closes. So. But that's pretty much it. Yeah, we've been engaged with the operations department, and then also we've got some recent correspondence from the Arts Council we may need to discuss further. But that's about it.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, and just to confirm that before construction starts, that I guess staff will be coming back to us with the government's model for the Arts Center. Yeah,
I think that was also an item that's been brought up by the Arts Council. So I think that would be part of our next steps is to review that governance and in discussion with the Arts Council as well, and with council before proceeding.
Graham, did you want to add anything to that? Or is that the premature, or?
I don't disagree with what Brad's saying.
Brad, as you were talking about the RFP, it reminded me of something that came up at the Summerland Community Arts Council board meeting, and that was, and I don't know how you do this, but there was concern that the potential bidders that were coming in to look at the Arts Council and the work that needed to be done there, were not following COVID protocol, and they were concerned about that, not only for themselves, but the reflection on the district as well. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that or what.
That's good feedback. I haven't heard that myself, so it's definitely something we can relay to anyone that's going to be within the building, and also for the successful proponent that we decide to move forward with. In terms of them doing their construction, they'll have to follow proper social distancing practices and wearing masks while they're doing their construction internally there. So.
Thank you. Any other questions about the Arts Council? Okay.
Okay, project 6 on the list was the HVAC system at the Works building. So the majority of that work was completed in 2020. We were carrying forward any remaining funds into 2021 just to ensure everything was wrapped up. 7 is the HVAC at the museum. So that one, the RFP closed just before the Christmas break. The units are on order, and we expect them to be arriving here in mid-January, and then will be installed shortly after. And then it ties into the museum roof project, which is number 12 on the list. So in conjunction with the HVAC upgrades, we'll also be doing the roof repairs and replacement at the museum building as well.
Could I just ask a question on the HVAC system at the Works building?
Yep.
So you used roughly half of the 2020 budget for that. And then the 2021 budget, if you add those two numbers together, it's out about 40,000 or so, 45,000. Was there extra money, or was that the money that came from the renovations at City Hall that was reallocated to that work?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, you're correct. The amount that was that's in 2021 is the difference between what was budgeted in 2020, what was spent at the time of preparing this budget, plus an additional 50,000. Dave, maybe can you speak to the funding that was moved from the municipal hall renovations to the Works building?
Thanks, Chris. The 50,000 is, council may recall, at some point late in 2020, I believe it was October or November, there was a council report that came forward in regards to the HVAC unit that was requesting additional funding for that project, and that's where that $50,000 is coming in at, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. So if the 114,155 covered most of the HVAC systems, why do we need 145,000 in the 2021 budget?
No, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Patton. So that was the estimated or the actual amounts that were billed at the time of putting these together. Later in 2020, there was still invoices and processing of payment of work that had been completed in 2020 that hadn't gone through yet, and so it was. So we're just showing what the actuals were at that time, and that the intent is to carry forward the full budget plus the extra 50 to take care of all of the works that are required.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thanks. Okay,
Okay.
okay, so that 8, 9, and 10 are all related to EV charging stations. So Jeremy, would you be able to speak to those?
Thanks, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The two level 3 charging stations, those are the level 3s that are located at Memorial and the Resort. And the 20 level 2 charging stations are the remaining charging stations that are sort of spread through the community as per Tammy's charging station plan, excluding the Works Yard charging stations.
Madam Mayor, if I may chime in as well. With all of those, as these were projects that were approved by council and of course have all begun, the carry forward amounts in 2021 are just those. It's basically taking account what we've anticipated to be spent in 2020 and then reallocating the remainder of the funds into 2021 to ensure that the projects can become complete.
Okay. Any questions on those three? All right.
Okay, number 11 is the 7 HVAC units at Municipal Hall that are due for replacement. So we'll be moving forward with those units following the work at the museum. It's this similar trade staff that are involved in these projects. So we'll be moving forward with that one once the museum work is completed. Number 12, we talked about the museum roof. Number 13 is the conceptual design for the museum upgrades. I believe the museum came to council in late 2020 to present their plans for expansion or potential expansion of that building and upgrades. So this $15,000 is to look at the concept design associated with that.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, that's where in yesterday's discussion in regards to the grants and aid, that was the original grant and aid $15,000 request that came in that has been reallocated to the capital fund.
Great. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Next on the list, 14 is the replacement of the front door at Municipal Hall with an automatic door. I believe those are the two exterior doors at the front entrance.
Yes.
Okay. 15 is the roof replacement for section C and D at the Works building. I believe it was 3 years ago we did sections A and B where we were seeing leakage and having issues. So this is carrying forward with the remainder of the roof replacement at the Works yard. And then 16 is the demo of the two rental buildings that are no longer occupied on Dunn Street. So this was deferred from last year, and we're looking to complete those here in 2021 and have those buildings removed from those two properties. The 17 is then the doing a condition assessment on the remaining rental properties to get an idea on potential investments that will be required on those buildings moving forward if we continue to rent them out as we currently are.
Chris, a question from Councillor Carlson on item 16.
Okay.
It's more of a question for something to put to council. When you look at those parcels, there's 5 of them, currently 4 houses, 2 are coming out. I just wonder if anywhere or anyone has an appetite for having a conversation about higher and better use for that land. I know it's in the ALR, but they're all small parcels, so you know we've done a lot of talking about creating housing opportunities, creating resiliency. Is there an appetite or a time left in this term to talk about how we might see the future of that land? Something to do with housing, food security, sustainable living. It's a pretty great spot. It's all flat, it's all really easy, and I think that we should just put that out there.
Councillor Barclay?
My understanding that they were purchased as for future expansion of the sewage treatment plant, but there was also a question of whether that was still needed. Do we have a definitive answer on whether it's needed or not, or why it wouldn't be when they thought that at one time it was needed?
Are you able to answer that, Chris?
Yeah, so we have completed a sort of a treatment process assessment at the wastewater treatment plant, looking at potential future expansion of that site. As far as how much of those properties are required, it hasn't been nailed down exactly, but some of those lands will be needed for the future expansion. Even just the access road currently right now cuts across some of those back of 4 of those properties. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a significant portion that won't be required and that there may be better use for in the future if council's looking to get rid of the other rental properties or other rental houses that still exist.
Did you have a question? Okay, the Councillor Holmes.
Not a question, just I was going to respond to Councillor Carlson. I think certainly I would have an appetite to have that discussion, but I don't know if we could load anything in work with the staff. I don't know if the capacity would be there, and that'd be one major concern at this point to do that now when we have so many other things on the bill.
Councillor Van Alphen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just again, more of a comment than anything. I definitely would love to have the conversation. I think there's way better use for that land. As we've seen now, we've got 2 of those houses that are going to be slated for demolition. Have a real concern in local government to be landlords. You know, so I think there's a better use for that property. Rezoning possibly down the road. What use? I'm open to all sorts of different suggestions and conversations. On the other line here, the condition assessment of rental properties of $10,000. We have building inspectors, we have a licensed plumber, we have a licensed electrician. Can we not do that in-house? Then to go out of house for 10 grand? Just a question through to Chris, I guess.
Thank you, Councillor Van Alphen. That's definitely an option. It just comes down to current workload and the ability to produce the information that we require for these properties in a timely manner. It's definitely an option that could be explored.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, just following up on that, how many additional rental properties do we have? I know there's the one next to the fire hall here. I'm trying to remember what other ones there are.
Yeah, Councillor Holmes, I believe that's it. There's the one by the fire hall and the 2 remaining on Dunn Street that would be part of this assessment.
The daycare building, is that part of this assessment?
Yes.
So I guess
Sorry, which building? Sorry.
The Little Chicks daycare by the RCMP station.
No, this was just looking at the three remaining residential properties that we rent out.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the question of our CAO about that Councillor Carlson was asking, and Councillor Holmes' comment on that as well. You know, we from year to year to year, we're always stressing let's not take on more than can be accomplished, and COVID, of course, was a ridiculous year for that. But to have this discussion obviously involves staff to do a fair bit of kind of background work and potentially the OCP amendment and zoning amendment and like that. So what are your thoughts on if and when we might be able to do that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would say a couple things. In terms of strictly the high level sort of visioning piece of that in conversation, I think that is something that's easy to conduct. Council could, explore the way around that. Staff could probably offer insight. But you're right, in terms of the actual implementation of any vision that might be created or wanting to be fleshing that out at all, I would definitely need to consult with my staff. And then if it was the desire of council to still proceed in the direction of identifying that as a priority for us, what we would do is identify those things that we sort of need to fall back a little bit in order to accomplish that. Because in the conversations I've had so far with staff, we are operating at a high level of our current capacity, and we do want to be successful in the things that council has given us so far.
So, Karen, can you make note of that at some time? Yes, at least for that. Well, probably only for that high-level discussion amongst council, like some kind of workshop or committee or whole or something. Okay, anything more on these two, 16 and 17? Oh, Councillor Holmes. Oh, and then Councillor Patton.
Just on what Councillor Van Elfen raised about priority of doing these condition assessments and whether we can do them in-house. I certainly agree if we can do them in-house, then let's do them. And I have not even sure how important they are to be done. If they're occupied and nobody's complaining about them. But I just don't want to spend 10,000 if we don't really need to.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you. I agree. I think though that we need to we have to undertake some sort of condition assessment. As with the log house, we didn't find out until that it wasn't safe to live in. And the last thing that we want is where we have to put a lot of money into these rental houses. If we're going down the road where we're not going to be landlords, then we're better off to be a little bit early so that we can make that decision. But unless we have some sort of idea of what the condition is, so we're not putting that money in. But I truly do believe that we have the expertise in-house that we don't have to pay a consultant to or an outside body to come in and do those inspections for us. Thanks.
We said you.
I'm sorry?
Maybe we just said you.
Conflict of interest.
I'll come and help you.
Okay, you've heard that, Dave?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. On to, oh no, I guess we're done for this year. I have a question though, and it's related to the decommissioning or demolition, I guess is more accurate, of the old skate park. I'm not sure, first of all, I'm not sure if it's at the state now where it's considered finished, or if we've run out of funds, or what the situation is. Or maybe it just, well, this is facilities, so of course it would be on this piece. Is it coming up in the next? Maybe I should look before I ask. I guess it would be under capital projects works.
Sorry, I believe, if I may, Madam Mayor, the old skate park is under the Parks, Campground, and Cemetery tab, Project 4.
that? Okay, so I'll find it in a minute.
Number 4.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Holmes. Thank you. Yeah, so there's nothing left there. Okay.
So Madam Mayor, if I may, I believe the intent of that was to remove the safety concerns which were done in 2020, but then until the conceptual design for the rec center and what and where that was going to be located, there was no plans to invest any further funds into that old skate park location.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Is there anything further on the future facility projects?
I don't see any hands. Councillor Trainer, you'll have to give us a shout out because the screen is covered with the shared document.
I don't have any questions. I'm good.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, could you just remind me what the number 21 is, the district buildings lighting upgrades are? It's pretty high priority and also pretty high price tag. And I just don't recall what those were.
Yeah, Councillor Holmes, that's the replacement of all the indoor lights within district buildings to LED.
Okay, and would there be opportunities for grant funding for that? Considering it is an energy efficiency project?
Yeah, Dave, I don't know if you can answer the funding opportunities on that one.
I think, Madam Mayor, when this project was first brought forward to council a year or two ago, we did have, I believe it was about $45,000 committed from Fortis in relation to this grant. In my conversations with Tammy, due to the deferral of the project, that funding now is not confirmed. So we are looking at other avenues for outside grant funding. However, at this point in time, we haven't come across any yet. But we are looking, and I know Tammy is still in contact with Fortis to see if those rebates will still kick in.
So maybe something will come up in the next 12 months or so.
Hopefully.
Anything else, Council? Okay, I think we're ready to go on to the vehicles and equipment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess at the top of the list, you can see the ones that were budgeted for 2020 that were purchased. There were a number that haven't been purchased and paid for yet, that are being carried forward into 2021. There's a number of similar vehicles that we're looking to purchase. So once the RFP is created, we'll be looking to put these out in packages of more than just one. So for instance, the half-ton trucks, we have 4 that we're currently, the RFP is virtually complete. I believe it's with Dana now for finalization to get that out. So those 4 will be out shortly for purchase. We also have 2 3/4-ton trucks and 7 half-ton trucks that are due for purchase this year. So those again would all go out in one RFP package to optimize the procurement side of getting these things purchased and ordered. We also have a couple of the major ones on here, the sewer flush truck and the road sweeper. Again, are provided from a similar manufacturer and would be put out in one package with those 2 items spec'd out separately within it. And that one's currently being worked on. And then we have a couple dump trucks and sanders that are also, we're looking to purchase to have ready to go for next winter. And so those will be next on the list. So although there appears to be a lot of items, there are only a handful of actual RFP packages that need to go out with the similarities between a number of these items.
Councillor Holmes?
I'll ask this because I know if I don't, Councillor Alfred will. I'm just wondering if, with all these light duty trucks, is there an opportunity there to have any electric vehicles and start building our electric fleet? And I'm not sure what all these light duty trucks are for, but some of them I presume are for parks maintenance and whatnot, and maybe an electric. This is an opportunity to start building an electric fleet, especially if we're looking at a couple EV chargers at the works here.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Holmes. That is the intent, is to put in electric or hybrid options on those trucks. One other one that's likely a really good candidate for that is the mid-size SUV that we're looking to replace as well. So yeah, those will be, as part of our fleet study that was completed, our green fleet study, we will be looking to capitalize on those electric or hybrid options where we can.
Thank you. Through to Chris. I don't think there is any half tons on the market yet that are electric. I could be mistaken, but I don't think they're on the market yet, but there are SUVs. Could we convert some of these half tons into SUVs and give those SUVs to directors that are now driving half tons and turn them into the fleet trucks, like for the workers, and let the directors and managers drive SUVs? Is that a possibility, just to reallocate our stock so we can get into electric?
Thank you, Councillor Van Alphen. Yeah, it's something that could be considered, I guess. I think the manager of water utilities, the manager of works, and the general manager of the electrical utility, I believe, have a need for a box and a truck, but that's something that can be discussed and looked at for sure. One thing to note of the green fleet study is that due to the age of some of our vehicles, we'll see a major improvement just by getting newer vehicles that are more fuel efficient, and that possibly a hybrid option on anything that we can. But yeah, no, I think it's worth looking into to see if the type of vehicle and the use is applicable to be an SUV versus a truck. We do like to have the opportunity, though, to rotate these trucks through different departments or divisions if needed, based on their condition or their age, so that we can optimize the life of them and not have them purchased for one specific use. So that's another consideration, but definitely all things we can keep in mind when we're purchasing these.
I'm just going to go to Graham and then to Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two things. First of all, through Mayor to Councillor Van Alphen, yeah, we'll definitely look at how and if we can do the piece that you're recommending with respect to staff-driven vehicles in particular. Coming back to the earlier question about taking advantage of going to, I believe that was Councillor Holmes, taking advantage of going to the electric half-ton, or in some cases can even be the hybrid option. I know the focus here is electric, but one thing I wanted to highlight is one thing we need to remember is if we're towing it all with that vehicle or managing heavy payload, they're not generally sufficient for those applications, especially in even a medium duty context. So if it's just sort of moving equipment around and a little bit of sand here and there, that sort of thing, no problem. But the towing capacities are greatly reduced, not only on the electric vehicle, but even on the hybrid models, because the weight distribution is reduced. They're a lot heavier with the batteries in them, etc. So just wanted to highlight that. But we'll certainly take a close look into that and see if there's an opportunity to take a reasonable step forward here on the desire of council to move to that hybrid fleet, to that electric fleet rather.
Councilor Barco.
Yeah, two questions if I may, Mayor, maybe even three. I wondered what percentage of our fleet these 8 trucks here for 2021 are, and whether, because that's tied in with, as far as I know, there's no electric pickup trucks available until GM comes out with theirs. I think it's 22 in Canada and 21 in the US. I had an extensive look at that truck. It's got great towing capacity because I signed up to get on the waiting list, but it's down the road. So if this is just a small part of our fleet, well then fine. If it's a larger part, maybe we can extend the use of some of the better vehicles. I see a lot of them are still kind of nice, but some are not. So where are we on that? What are these like the oldest ones in the fleet, and they're 15 years old, 20 years old, or what?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Barkwell. I don't have the exact ages of these ones, but they do come up for replacement and move up on the list based on their age and or their hours of use of their equipment. So that's how they're deemed and slated for replacement. This is a large chunk of a large portion of our truck fleet, but as you can see further on down the list, in I believe it's in 2024, we have another 4 or 5 half tons, and then again in 2025, there's approximately 9 3/4 or half ton trucks that are slated. So there will be definitely opportunities going forward as well.
How many trucks do we have altogether?
Sorry, I don't have that total off the top.
And this is the other part of it is that we have a number here, but there's obviously a trade-in value for the trucks that we would be trading in. Is this sort of an estimate after trade-ins for the budget amounts? Or?
Councilor Barker, yeah, that's correct.
Is that it, Councilor Barco?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Councilor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I think what the public sees when they're out in the parks and whatnot are these big gas guzzling district vehicles coming to pick up a little bag of garbage in the park and throwing it in the back and moving on to pick up the next bag of garbage. And I think that doesn't really send a great message to our community of how we you know, see how we want to run the municipality. And so I don't know if the Green Fleet study addresses that sort of thing, and where we can be using green vehicles, where we can be scaling down the size of our vehicles, for what purposes. It's like park maintenance. But I'd be interested in seeing that Green Fleet study. Could it be made available to us?
Yeah, Councillor Holmes, I don't see why not. Tammy was the individual that led the completion of that. I thought there was some report back to council, but that can definitely be shared with council again.
Okay. Councilor Van Elsen.
Thank you. No, I don't want to keep harping on this, but I look at, you know, similar to what Councilor Holmes is saying, you know, bylaws driving a pickup truck, they could easily be driving an electric SUV. We have directors and managers driving around in a 4-wheel drive, full-size pickup truck, and rarely do they have a shovel and a water key in the back to turn on the water, you know. So, like, this is what the public is seeing. You know, it's been commented to me several times daily. There's a 1.5 ton truck goes out Garnet Valley and pick up a bag of garbage at Garnet Valley Dam. You know, like, we've got to be able to look at this in a bit more green manner. And, you know, I think it's something that we definitely love to see that study, but it's definitely, I think we need to have some input on this and some conversations around this. I think we can do better. You know, I'm not trying to take away from you know, this is more, I guess, delving into operations, but I just think that, you know, like say, you see it on Main Street, it's a 1.5 ton truck picking up a few garbage bags. So, I don't think we need to be, if we're gonna electrify, we need to look into that more seriously. And I'll leave it at that, thanks.
Madam Mayor, I just got a response from Tammy Rothery, our climate sustainability coordinator, and she has noted that the Green Fleet study will be included in the corporate plan that will be coming on February 22nd. So,
Does that Thank you, Tammy. Of course, she's not here, but. Okay, Councillor Barkle and then Councillor Patton.
Yeah, it seems to me like this Green Fleet plan might inform our budget decisions on vehicles and such. I think there's a real appetite for electric vehicles, which, well, trucks are not available, so maybe push it off. If that study is complete, do you think we could ask for it sooner, before the budget process is complete?
Through the mayor to Councillor Barkwell. Certainly will, if the study is complete, I have no concern with council seeing it. I think it was a scheduling item just for when we would slot it into a proper council agenda, but we'll go back and make sure if it's available, it's distributed to all of you.
Thank you.
Councillor Patton.
Thank you. Two items, if I may. One is exactly what our CEO was just talking about. I think we can have that report come in early to us for review prior to a meeting. We don't have to have it the week before. It would be nice to be able to sift through it. The second item that I'd like to say is that if our procurement person is already starting to do up for the vehicles, perhaps Chris can just stall her a little bit until we do get this Green Fleet report, so we can take a gander just to see what direction we want to go in or how we want to move forward with it. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Patton, just to clarify on that, yeah, so we're looking to get the 1.5 ton trucks out right away, but nothing else will be going out in the next 6 weeks.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll be getting the Green Fleet report if it's finalized sooner than 22nd. Okay. Anything else on the vehicles and equipment list? In terms of the funding, I guess maybe this is a question for Dave. We have the reserve. I'm just wondering about the 20,000 that it shows capital works projects.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that is specific to the new hydraulic power pack for pump, hammer, and chainsaw. It's about halfway down that list. The unit number says new.
Oh, yes.
So that is
Okay.
any new piece of equipment needs to be purchased outside of the equipment replacement reserve first, and then it gets added into the pool and charged out.
Right, that makes sense. Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So on to fire services then?
Yes.
Okay.
And our fire chief is not here, so I'll be speaking to his section. Basically, we have one item that is being budgeted for in 2021, and that is the wildland truck and skid replacement. That is an item that was originally slated to be purchased in 2020, and due to COVID, it was bumped out a year. And in my conversations with the fire chief, all of the other expenditures within his 5-year plan also got bumped out 1 year. So if council's trying to compare to previous years, there is that 1-year bump on all of these items. And he is confident in bumping all of those out.
So this wildland truck and skid is a replacement for what we had before?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Any questions?
So emergency response, Chris, can you speak to these ones, please?
Yeah, you bet. So first one on the list, repairs to the pathway or to Gartrell pathway due to flooding. So this, unfortunately, we repaired in April last year, and then due to high water in Okanagan Lake, we've seen additional damage to the newly reconstructed trail, and so we've allocated $40,000 this year to repair those damaged sections. We're also looking at to see where it makes sense to possibly relocate small portions of this trail further away from the lake shore if needed, if that's possible. But yeah, this is just to look at the damaged sections that were hit again last summer. Second one on the list, Peach Orchard Beach and Rotary Beach pathways. So that's taking the reconstruction of the pathway from Spirit Square all the way to the T-Pier, as well as a small section on the south side of Rotary Beach. So this work was started last year. We were able to do the first stretch from Spirit Square to the Dog Beach, and now we're due to the lake levels, we couldn't continue with that work. There's a section of retaining wall right along the lake that needs to be done during low lake levels, which typically is in March and April. So we're ready to continue with that work as soon as the weather appears to be decent and the lake level is down. So we're expected sometime in March to be continuing with that project. And we have all the approvals and tenures and everything in place now for Rotary Beach, so they can continue on with that work as soon as they finish the section to the T-Pier. Eneas Creek improvements, we applied for the structural flood mitigation funding for this and are looking to complete the 6 projects from the lake to Garnet Avenue. And so there's a major one up at Garnet Avenue where we have the berms that were created with the gabion baskets, and we're looking to remove those and dredge the creek and remove the vegetation and lower the actual elevation of the creek through that section and improve the flow. And then there's 5 sections between the outlet to the lake and the highway where we're looking to remediate erosion, improve the structural stability of those areas, reconstruct Centennial Trail that follows along Peach Orchard Road through there, and then dredge out the outlet at Okanagan Lake. So we're working through the environmental approval process right now with the province, and have been in talks with DFA on what funding would be available for any of those works as well. And the last one is Lakeshore Drive, which we're currently completing the funding application for. So this is the 220-meter section kind of between the intersection of Peach Orchard Road and Crescent Beach. It's kind of in the middle there, where we're looking to reconstruct a section of road and armor the shoreline to protect from any high water events or any wind events in the future.
Councillor Van Alphen and then Councillor Patton.
Thank you. Chris, if I may, the Eneas Creek improvements on the Garnet Avenue, you're saying getting rid of the vegetation. Is that the entire length between the 2 property owners? Like east to west?
Yeah, Councillor Van Alphen, that's correct. It's the entire stretch from where there's the 2 90-degree bends that redirect the creek to follow the property line. So we'll be looking to dredge that out, clean out the vegetation in there, improve the grade where we can, and also along a small section along Garnet Avenue on the north-south section of the one property.
And once this project is completed, will there be opportunities to look at funding to continue along East Creek in some of the bottleneck areas?
Yeah, that's definitely, that's ones that were identified in the initial assessment that we could look at. A lot of those ones fall on private property, so there'll be, I guess, some discussion that will need to be had as far as what's the district's role in facilitating those projects or funding those projects. But there were definitely a number of improvements or potential issues that could be resolved to help improve the flow of the creek between Garnet Avenue and Garnet Dam.
Thank you, Chris.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chris, in regards to Enos Creek again, you have EFA for $142,200, and then you've got other grants at $590,700. Is the $500,000 grant, has that been secured, or is that still up in the air?
Thanks, Councillor Patton. That's the structural flood mitigation that we still have. We're waiting to hear back on. That was applied for in the fall, and we expect to hear back in the next month or two.
Thank you, if I may. So if that doesn't happen, what is your plan B?
Thanks. We would be reporting back to council to look at these 6 projects, look at possible other district funds that could be utilized, and looking at reprioritizing those or possibly spreading those out if the funds aren't available to complete them all in 2021.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, are there any other questions on the emergency response?
Doesn't look like it. It looks like the next one's yours too.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, moving on to works. So the additional scale and entrance upgrades at the landfill, virtually complete, just a small amount being carried forward to clean that up or finish off that project in 2021. The perpetual slide borehole investigation, so that is a carry forward from the work that Golder is doing as far as the 4 boreholes that were dug up along the top of the perpetual slide in 2018 and bringing back. Yep.
Sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry, yes.
That's way better, thanks.
I'll just have to hold my microphone right up to my mouth, but that's okay. Yeah, so perpetual slide, we're carrying forward the additional or the remaining funds on this. Golder has been working since 2018 to monitor the boreholes that were dug. There was 4 that were placed at the top of the slide area to monitor movement and groundwater in those areas. They're slated to come to council on February 8th as a delegation to report on their findings, and I'll be providing a perpetual slide update report at that meeting as well. Morewood to Prairie Creek drainage design. So the majority of this concept design was completed last year. It was done in conjunction with the sanitary extension up into that area, and so we carried forward the remaining funds. Just if there's we expect to look at possible options on how to move forward with the sanitary side of possible extensions up there, having discussions with the residents or potential developers that are up in that area. And so we carried forward the storm design funds. If that does look like it's going to go ahead, these funds would be used to complete the detailed design for the storm's extension on Morrow Avenue, because right now it was taken to about a 75% design stage. GPS unit, so that was purchased in 2020. and then we carried forward the remaining funds to purchase some associated equipment in 2021 related to that unit. The radio and repeater system replacement, that one is moving forward now. It's just updating that radio system that currently it bounces off a repeater across the lake in Naramata and is used for our radio system here. So it's just upgrades and replacement of components of that system. The Giants Head Road upgrades. So we're looking to bring back to council in 2021 some options on the road design and road reconstruction. At our last report to council, there was some interest in pursuing or at least looking at just road surface improvement options versus the full reconstruction and water system separation. So the funds that are in there for 2021 are to complete that work and so complete that work and bring those options back to council to see if there's any opportunity to move forward with a short-term repair versus the long-term option that was presented before. Number 16 is the organic waste collection project, or sorry, the organics processing facility at the landfill. So the detailed design has been ongoing in 2020. Looking to move into construction this year in 2021. So that's the improvements to the organic processing facility for our compost in order to accommodate the removal of food scraps from our waste stream and incorporate those into the compost. And so the second part of that is the actual program to go through the residential collection of the food scraps from that waste stream. So we're currently finishing the grant application for this work. A large component of this cost will be for new or additional carts, and we'll be bringing a report to council on Monday to support the grant application for this project. Any questions on anything so far? No. Okay, 17, the additional septage area fencing. So this is to complete the required fencing around the septage area this year. That's part of our one of the non-compliance issues that we have for the septage permit. So we'd be looking to complete that. The daily alternative daily cover for the Iron Grizzly. So that's been purchased and received already. We went to council late last year for early approval to purchase this. So this is an alternate system as opposed to putting cover material on top of the daily waste that's on the active cell. This is a reusable cover that can be placed on that material and then pulled back each day, saving airspace and ultimately saving some life capacity on our landfill active cell. 19 is just doing some cleanup to our cart storage area up near the water treatment plant. We have a small fenced area up there where we store our additional carts for the curbside collection. So just looking to do some minor improvements, clean up and grub and re-level that area so that we have better access and better storage for our carts moving forward. 20 is the landfill security system that was deferred last year. So we're looking to complete that in 2021. Now with the upgraded scale shack and the entrance that we have, we'll be looking to install a security system up there as well. 21 is the Christmas light upgrade. So this is the third year of a 3-year plan to replace and purchase new LED snow light decorations for our streetlights. A number of them have already been replaced, and then there's a few additional ones that we'll be looking to purchase so that we can go further up on Rosedale Avenue as well as on Prairie Valley Road to finish off the snowflake decorations along those two roads. And the last one for 2021 is the Victoria Road from Agar to Dunham section. So we're looking to complete the design this year with construction to follow next year for improvements to the storm system as well as extension of the sidewalk through this area and any associated road reconstruction that would be required to do so. So with that, if there are any questions from council, please fire away.
Councillor Van Elsen and then Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the landfill security, are you planning security cameras? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
So
Councilor
will they be strategically placed all around the landfill? Because last time I went by, I think I counted 10 cuts in the brand new chain link fence.
Yes, Councilor Van Alphen, we would be looking to put up multiple cameras in the optimal locations to help improve the security of that site.
Councillor Patton and then Councillor Trainer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chris, could you help me, please? What are we doing? Are we resurfacing any roads in 2021? Like, I don't see it in the plan here. What are we, as far as maintenance goes? Is there anything that I'm missing that we've got on the books for this year?
Yeah, so there's two projects that are on the water utility capital budget that are water main replacements, but we're also doing because we'll be ripping up the roads, we'll be resurfacing those sections. So that's on Dale Meadows Road from the entrance to the sports fields down about 1.1 kilometers down that road, as well as the section up on Canyon View, McGee, and Mountain Ave up near the golf course in the top of the perpetual slide area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we're going through the detailed design of the water main replacements right now, and we'll be looking to move forward with at least one of those sections here in 2021.
Thanks.
Councillor Trainer and then Councillor Carlson.
Hi. Okay, so I just have a question about putting in a sidewalk down Johnson. Sorry, I can hear woods in the background. I have to stay focused. Putting in a sidewalk from Highway 97 down Johnson to Nixon. I don't think that sidewalk has ever been considered. I don't think it's in a plan, which I'm not sure why. But anyway, I really think that we need to have some kind of safe way that kids and parents can walk down Johnson to get to the school. That road is the main way to get into Trout Creek right now, and with more development we have more traffic, and it's also quite a wide road, and so people drive really fast. So I just wanted to know what the rest of the council thought about that and whether we should include it in the plan, or I just wanted a bit of an update from staff on that as well if they had any information.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Trainer. I believe this is discussed in the sidewalk master plan. I would have to refer to it to see specifically where it is. But I believe it's in there. I don't think it's as high of a priority, or wasn't ranked as high of a priority as the other sidewalk projects that are on the current 5-year plan. So there, as you can see on the works sheet, we've added the project type for easy reference, whether it's landfill roads or sidewalk or other areas. So there have been the high priority ones are listed on here. And then once those were finished, we'd be looking to incorporate the other sidewalk extensions that were identified.
I don't know if this is sorry, can I just add to that? I don't know if this is the time or not, but I do think that we should, our council should have a discussion about that, because it is one of our only 2 elementary schools in Summerland. And like I said, the kids have to walk down a very busy street in order to get to school. And so, and as we continue to add more infill into Trout Creek, we're going to be getting more families down here. So I think that it's our responsibility to provide a safe way for our kids to get to school. So I just think we should maybe have that discussion. I don't know when, but soon.
Councillor Carlson.
I'll start by agreeing with Councillor Trainer. There's a lack of sidewalks in general in Trout Creek. something that needs to be talked about. Perhaps, you note that on here there's a Giant's Head sidewalk design. So when we first came on council in 2014, there was a big uproar about big no post barriers on Prairie Valley Road, and so council decided to we put a curb and it was painted. I'm not sure if it's been painted since, but it did help. It wasn't not supposed to be the permanent solution, so I know that something will come, but I think we should be talking about what to do in that area. My question is back to what Councilor Pat was asking about roads and whether or not the concerns at Matsu, where the road is completely washed out by Sage Hills in that corner, if that has been addressed in 2021.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Carlson. That specific section hasn't been identified. I have spoke to some of the residents in the area to discuss those concerns. One thing that we talked about potentially for some of these low use narrow roadways that at one point were paved, but basically there was no sub base and they've fallen apart, is should they be put back to a graveled state and be maintained as a gravel road moving forward? Does that make sense? And that's definitely something that will be part of the 10-year road and water main capital plan that's slated for 2022, to look at all of our roads, look at different improvement or upgrade, or even in some cases maybe a downgrade option, and see where those make sense. Yeah, it is something that I have had discussions with a few residents in that area, and talked about if we do have a pulverizing machine coming in for any of our other capital works for some of the water main replacement projects, that we may look at a test section through there where we pulverize the existing asphalt, regrade that into the road base with the existing gravels that are there, and see if that is a sustainable option for some of these low use roads.
So just Chris, on that, would that be a way to deal with it in 2021 as a short-term sort of trial solution? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, depending on the scope and timing of that other work, and if that's if that's a piece of equipment that's going to be moved into the district, that's part of the large cost, is sometimes getting the equipment here. So if it's here in the area for another project, then we talked about capitalizing on that and doing a trial on this section. But like I said, it's definitely something that's going to be part of the longer term plan, is assessing our roads. I don't think we had the discussion during asset management that maintaining them all as an asphalt road may not be the best or the most sustainable long-term solution, and that we may look at downgrading some if and where it makes sense.
Thank you. I think now that we have that roads assessment, you obviously have a pretty good grasp on what needs to happen when. So look forward to seeing some of these happen. Councillor Holmes and then Daniel.
Thank you. I believe ICBC used to have grants to make intersections and roadways safer, especially for around schools. And I do recall that we applied to make that the intersection by the middle school at Kelly Jubilee. We in the past, this might have been before your time, I'm not sure, and we didn't receive that. But I'm just wondering if those grants still exist, and if so, can we look into those? And I'm just wondering what Kelly and Jubilee used to be a kind of a high priority for safety, for school safety, and it seems to have dropped off altogether.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Holmes. So the Kelly and Jubilee curb extensions and improvements at intersection are project 29 on the works list, and we would be pursuing ICBC grant funding for that project. The timing, though, we've coordinated it to align with the project above it, which is the road improvements for Jubilee Road West from Victoria to Rosedale. So we'd be looking to complete that all as one design and one construction project over 2022 and 2023. And then the other intersection that we'd be looking to pursue ICBC funding for is number 31, which is the Quinpool and Victoria intersection. This was one that was an issue before. There was speed bumps that were placed at the either side of that intersection at one point and then removed. And then there's been some improvements to the sight lines around those areas, and the stop signs are a lot more visible than they were. And we haven't had serious issues there recently, but it is one that's on ICBC's radar and on ours to look at improving in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't notice that on the list. What is the criteria for that ICBC funding? What exactly are they looking to fund?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Holmes. I don't have the details on those funding requirements on hand, but that is something we could bring back to council for information if you wish.
Well, just curious more than anything.
Councillor Van Alphen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to what Councillor Trainer was talking about, the sidewalks on Johnson. In a previous life, I was on council once before, and if I remember correctly, and I would ask staff to look into this, I believe when Lighthouse Landing was given the approval to do a subdivision, I believe that they were going to pay for a sidewalk on the west side of Johnson. And I would like to know if they did pay for that, and when the money's just put into some sidewalk master plan or some DCC charges somewhere. Could staff look into that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Van Alphen. So that development was required to put sidewalk in up to the Nixon intersection, the four-way stop by the school. And so that was installed during that project, that development, but not beyond there towards the highway.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson and then Barkle.
Yeah, Chris, I have one more. Pre-COVID, there was some concerns from families at Giants Head School about traffic and especially the industrial traffic along South Victoria. And through conversation, we talked about some traffic calming measures. Now that AIM has their new facility out there, there's even more traffic out there. I'm just wondering if there's been, I noticed that's not on the budget, so I'm wondering if anything has happened there. I know we have some, there's some crosswalks on South Victoria that nobody sees, and kids walk across those, and it's extremely dangerous. So I'm just wondering if anything has happened on that regard there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carlson. So on South Victoria, there was previous questions and concerns from residents on the crosswalk that's right near Beavis Place. It is signed, it is painted, but it is readily used for students that attend the Giants Head School because there's a pathway that cuts between the houses at the end of that cul-de-sac. And so that is one that we were at the start of 2021 looking to do just through operations, just some curb extensions, at least temporarily at that intersection and at that crosswalk near Beavis Place, just to sort of trial how it functioned. We will be coming through this area with, if and when Giants Head Road and the water system separation work goes ahead, there will be some work that's done between the Oval About and Dale Meadows Road along this section. So that might be the best time to put in a long-term solution, but just due to the staffing resources that were reduced in 2020, we didn't fit in the operations to do the temporary bulb outs at that crosswalk, but it's definitely something we can look at this year.
Great, thank you. Graham, we do have an oval about in Summerland. You heard that correctly. Councillor Barkle and then Van Alphen.
Yeah, if I couldn't, down there, I've got two different topics here. My first concern is the landfill and the security aspects. That fence is maybe 4 months old, and Councillor Van Alphen's right. There's at least 10 cuts straight through the whole fence. At this rate, it's going to be more patch than fence. So I'm assuming, or in the past, that we were told that they were really need to get acid from the batteries. Is it only that, or is there other issues that, like laptops or computers in the scale shacks? What is the issue up there?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Barkwell. Definitely batteries has been an ongoing issue. As far as other materials, I'd have to report back to council on that to get a full understanding of all the other materials that are in question, but it's definitely an ongoing concern. Yeah, they were stealing tires for a number of months in the past as well, and reselling. We were finding those that were being resold, so we've gone about marking any tires we receive so that they can't be stolen and resold, and have a tire shop put them on a vehicle. So yeah, if council wishes, we can bring back a summary report of the security and vandalism issues that we have experienced up at the landfill, if that's a desire.
Well, I'm just concerned that the security cameras will do nothing to alleviate this problem because, you know, anybody could wear a balaclava. The battery acid, I mean, surely the batteries can be put in a secure container of some kind, or dumped into a tank that's secure, or just left out and here, help yourself. They're going to get them anyway. There used to be a place like that right on Prairie Valley Road. But the security camera for $40-some odd thousand, I don't see it as really solving our problem. I'd like to hear a bit more about what the problem is and what measures are being taken, because we can't continue. Like I say, it looks awful already, and that fence is maybe 4 months old. And it's right along the road. They don't even go around the corner out of sight to cut through it. And it's one big patch over, well, not yet, but a good portion of it is patched already. I don't know if the other council members have seen it, but you shake your head when you see it. And then my other question, so maybe, yeah, maybe, I don't know. You guys are going to look into it, but it just seems like a problem. Another question on the landfill. The $1 million or 1.2 million for the cell closure cost. So just wondering, why does it cost so much? What's involved in that, in the closure of a little landfill cell?
Sorry, Councillor Barkwell, which project were you referring to?
The closure of the landfill cell.
30.
Yeah, it's an expensive item. We talked, you know, it's being brought to our attention before. They only have $2 million. Well, what's involved in the closure of a cell that it costs $2 million?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Barkwell. Unfortunately, I wouldn't do it any justice to try to speak to the details of that, but that's definitely something I can gather and bring back to have a fulsome answer for you.
Okay. Yeah, I just. And the other, if I could chip in about the sidewalk thing. I know our sidewalk plan isn't that old, but it's, you know, everything is premised on where the growth areas and such are. So I don't think we should be chained to that plan. And if other concerns come up, I don't think we should say, well, it's not in the plan, let's not do it. If Johnson Street isn't in the plan, but we've identified that Trail Creek has had a lot of infill and such, then by all means, you know, maybe we should reconsider it. It's a guide for staff, and then beyond that, let's be a little flexible, and maybe even increase the total amount of accelerate the sidewalks if we can afford it.
Councillor Van Alphen and then Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to continue on with Councillor Carlson's talk about the crosswalk on Victoria Road. Chris, is there an opportunity to approach ICBC on that crosswalk as a safety issue? And could we look at putting in the push button system like we have at IGA, where at least lights come on to warn the motorists? You know, I just think something needs to be done there before we have a situation. I mean, that's, you know, like, if it's a safety issue, maybe ICBC could come to the table with some funding, and I think this should be a #1 priority is, you know, public safety, especially children.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Van Alphen. Yeah, definitely, if that's the desire of council to investigate options at this location, a push button signal, something of that nature is obviously something that could be put there. There would be associated costs, obviously, with that, the different options. My understanding of the ICBC funding is that I believe it's typically premised off of existing incidents or past incidents that have occurred at those locations. So unfortunately, if it's very reactive from my understanding, and so, but it's definitely something we could explore and broach with them to see if there is any opportunity there for funding for a more long-term option rather than just a ball boat.
Thank you.
Councillor Holmes, and then
I'm good, thank you.
you're good, Carlson.
I'm sure we can find some parents that would like to cause a reaction. My question is, going back to Johnson Street, the curbs that were put in a few years ago along Prairie Valley in lieu of no post barriers, have they had the desired effect? Do we know, like, have they allowed people to walk a little bit more safely down that road, and would there be an opportunity to do something like that in the short term along, say, Johnson, where there's maybe not enough funding to put proper full sidewalks in right now?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carlson. Yeah, if there's a desire to explore options along there, that's obviously something we can look at. It is in Lori looked at for me in the sidewalk master plan while other discussion was going on, and that section is noted in the sidewalk master plan, but it is noted as a longer term priority. But Councillor Barkwell is completely right that these are a guide for staff, and definitely sections or locations can be raised or lowered in priority based on council's desire. So yeah, there's definitely wider boulevards along that stretch, and I know that during the non-winter months, that's where the pedestrians are able to safely walk along there. But in the winter months, when those areas are covered with snow, it does become difficult.
Councillor Traynor?
I'm wondering how the rest of council feels about adding Johnson Street to our list. I'm not sure the ranking, like where it would go, but just getting it onto the list, because this list goes out to 2025, and I think that we need to do something before then. Like, I think Trout Creek's growing every year, and I just would really, I mean, I've had a lot of parents tell me about Johnson over the years, and then I've observed it as well living here, how busy it is, and I see moms pushing like strollers, and then they've got their little, like their, toddler or, 5 or 6 year old walking next to them, and they're trying to navigate walking down Johnson. And I just think it should be on the list. I think it's a smart thing to do. And if we want to encourage Trout Creek to stay open and to continue to grow the school, that we need to put a safety measure in down that road. So I'd like to see it on this list if others agree.
Councillor Carlson?
If we're going to allow high density development in Trout Creek just off Johnson Street, we should probably think about the infrastructure needs that requires. There's going to be another request for a motel. We just allowed one motel to turn into apartments. Highly recommended that we seriously consider.
Councillor Barkwell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I was distracted, but I didn't catch our Director of Public Works assessment of the suitability and how well the pavement and the very low curb along Prairie Valley has worked out. I drive that road, and it seems like a very good and considerably cheaper alternative. It's like maybe half or less than full sidewalks. Yet it does provide pretty near the full functionality, I would think. But I would want to hear what staff's recommendations concerning those, and whether we should consider that as a way of getting stretching our dollar and having more roads safer rather than fewer roads with full sidewalks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Barkwell. Yeah, so that was implemented just before I got here, I believe in 2015, but it is functioning well. My understanding is it is a temporary solution that the road cross section that you see in front of the school was what was intended to go all the way up Prairie Valley to Cartwright. And council may note on the 5-year plan we have included, just looking for it here, Prairie Valley, project 32 on the list. So it's Prairie Valley Road from Saunders to Cartwright and then to Morrow Ave in 2023, 2024. So looking at the design from where that full cross section left off, taking that up to Cartwright potentially, and then looking at road improvements from Cartwright to Morrow, and what we would be doing there. So the one thing I can say though about the operations of it is that the way it is now, I believe it's a district cleared pathway, the way it's set up now, and that if it was the cross section that you see closer to the school, it would be a sidewalk that the residents would be required to clear and maintain for snow removal. So that's one operational change that we would see there if the sidewalk was extended, at least on the one side where the pathway is. I don't disagree though that I would have to refer back to our sidewalk master plan and see what the guidance was there, if there was sidewalks on both sides of that road that were recommended, or if it was just on the one.
I guess my great question was, would you should we give it serious consideration for Johnson Street and say South Victoria? It could stay the way it is on Prairie Valley for quite a few years. I would assume.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Barkle. I don't know what the road width was like there previously, and if that was a significantly wider road, and that's the route they went with the temporary solution. On Johnson or on South Victoria, you would need to widen the road to accommodate a similar pedestrian corridor anyways, and so you may be best to look at extending the sidewalk through those areas rather than a temporary asphalt solution.
Okay, so Van Elton and then Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through to Chris. Is part of Johnson the south end where the new subdivision is that subdivision required to pay for sidewalk there?
So, sorry, at which end, Councillor Van Elton?
The south end of Johnson on the west side. There's a subdivision on the corner there.
Johnson runs east-west.
Yeah, one. That subdivision faces Johnson also.
On the highway?
Yeah, right on the highway.
No, sorry.
You're thinking of Wharf Street, I think.
Wharf runs east-west, and Johnson runs north-south.
No, Johnson runs east-west too.
There's parallel.
Parallel? Sorry, my mistake. I'll scrap that question.
Councilor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. So speaking of sidewalks and safety, which I agree is should be a primary consideration, and a very busy road where there's huge gaps on the sidewalk network is Sully Road. And this is again another road which is used extensively, especially by children in the summertime going down to the beach. And it is a curvy, windy, quite a dangerous road with loads of pedestrians on there. And I don't know what the plan is. If the plan eventually is just to have sidewalks all the way down Sully, but I think what we need to think about is in terms of beach access from downtown to the beach. And that might not necessarily be down Sully. It might be, there's right-of-ways down McDonald, for example, that cuts through because as we know, the maps were designed in Toronto or something, there's all these straight lines that don't work. And so there are right-of-ways that don't go in a straight line right to the beach and don't follow subtly. So maybe, I think we need to think in terms of how do we create a pedestrian right-of-way from the top of Sully to the bottom of Sully, and that might be in a straight line going downhill as opposed to following Sully, and it could work out to be a little bit cheaper. If you think of the staircase at the bottom of Sully, you know, we might be able to build a couple more staircases through those right-of-ways connecting some of those streets. But you know, I think we need to think of what the objective is of who we're trying to for pedestrians, where they're trying to go, and how to get them there safely.
Councilor Marco?
Yeah, if you recall, part of the plan for Banks Crescent development was stairways and stuff, and the complaint with that was that there's people on scooters and mobility issues, and well, it was, I mean, it would be good, but also doesn't help that section of it. So, like you say, you have to consider, you know, what the goals are. Maybe Solly Road would be better for that reason. But it is a bit of a scary road too, right? Maybe we need to double our sidewalk budget, or else we'll never cut these sidewalks.
Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hearing enough discussion and interest of council, I do circle back to the suggestion made earlier by one council member that perhaps a good way forward is to carve out some time and have a revisit of the sidewalk plan, and just make sure the priorities are right in there, and indeed perhaps adding additional pieces if they are merited and if the funds permit. But I just thought I would throw that out there in case there's a desire of council for us to do some of that work to bring back to council for consideration.
I think that was your suggestion, Councilor Carlson.
It
Sounds to me
Council's
like
full of
there-
ideas, so it's hard to, it's kind of hard to remember.
It sounds to me like this is something that we would like to have, Councilor Marco.
Yeah, so just to say, I don't know if there would be on a committee of the whole agenda, but I would mind investing some time, you know, having some discussion and debate on our sidewalk master plan again.
Before we get off this topic, could I just ask, this question can wait, but I just wanted to ask Chris, I don't see on here the crosswalk that was going to cross Solly up by Cook Avenue. There's a bus stop there, and it was going to cross Solly, whatever, west to east, east to west.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 33 was looking at the sidewalk extension from the highway to Cook Street, which would include crossing at that location.
Oh, that includes the crossing. Okay.
Yeah, we'd be looking to extend it on the one side of the road and then have a proper crossing to the opposite side where there's existing sidewalk.
Okay, so that's been pushed back to 2023 now?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was ever on the capital plan before this. With the sidewalk master plan being adopted recently, we've incorporated the higher priority projects, like I said, and this being one of them, and have spread them out over the 5 years that are shown here. So,
okay.
Yeah.
That's good, thank you. Okay, so are there any questions on any of these? Any remaining questions? Councillor Holmes.
Just to comment on what you just raised there, Madam Mayor, it's great that that portion of Sully is on there. Although to be honest, that's probably the least dangerous part of Sully Road for people to be walking. There's already plenty of space above the curve along the orchard to walk along, and the more dangerous parts of Sully for pedestrians is further down where he starts to get windy, and there's not really any room to walk. So that's, I think that's why we need to kind of look at the master plan and say, where are the areas that are really, where pedestrian safety is really most important thing.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and that's why I was asking about the crosswalk specifically. I didn't realize that, sorry, the sidewalk, no, yeah, crosswalk. I didn't realize that the crosswalk was part of the sidewalk thing. The crosswalk, and I know, I walk there a lot, so I know exactly what you mean about the path by the orchard. But at some point, in order to get to Centennial Trail, you have to cross the hill. And well, Ranger and I almost got hit there the other day. Not because of the driver, but just because of how the road curves there, and it's right at the top of the hill. There is a crosswalk there, but it's not necessarily safe to use, yeah. Especially with bus stop being there as well. And there have been people that have approached me about that. So that's why I totally agree with you about the sidewalk aspect of it. It was the crosswalk specifically that I was wondering about. Okay, anything else? Okay. So to the summary piece, does that go back to you, Dave?
Sure, Madam Mayor. So in summary, the districts, and this comes from page 1 of the attachments that Council has received. So to summarize, in 2021, the district's capital plan is proposing to spend $10.472 million, and then in 2022, $9.8 million. So just under $20 million over 2 years. The plan in front of council is currently a fully funded plan, taking into account some of the comments that we discussed earlier, where we would be seeing about $8 million decrease in our overall reserve levels. This plan also does take into account 4, 7, 8, just shy of $8.3 million of debt borrowing, with the biggest component or the one component coming into effect potentially in 22. That is in regards to Giants Head Road. However, with Chris' comments earlier today about coming back to council and providing alternative measures and alternative models on how that road can be done, that item, of course, may need to be revised if the budget is decreased in order to see if we can fit it into our general capital funds. But yeah, that's really all I had to say, Madam Mayor. In summary, it is funded, and the plan is in front of you here. There is a recommendation of staff that Karen, can we bring that recommendation up? Is there a recommendation?
No, that's the report.
So the recommendation of staff would be, Madam Mayor, that the 2021 to 2025 general fund capital plan be presented at the open house on February 10th, 2021 to the public. If there are no further additions or deletions of projects.
Councilor Holmes?
So I just have a couple of questions on this slide about project reserves. So the COVID safe service, we have to spend that by when?
Through the mayor, that's an indefinite number. There is no timeline on when we have to spend the money.
There's not at all.
No.
So that's why it just stretches on forever.
Correct, and that's more just because we have to set up a reserve for it, and we can use both operational it's primarily for operational purposes, but we do have to create a reserve. That's why it's on this listing, is just for that purpose.
Okay. And another question, if I may. So do these reserve balances take into account in the later years there, the parcel taxes falling off and that amount of money going into reserve?
These ones do the parcel taxes are only in the water and the sewer utilities, not in the general fund.
So they would go into the water.
Yeah, so they're not
They
part
would go
of
into
this.
those reserves.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions before the resolution comes forward? Can we see? Oh, Councilor Holmes.
Yeah, I have one other question. It's probably operational, but I didn't see it in the operational budget, and I don't see it in the capital budget. But we had a contract with the Arts Council to produce banners every year for 5 years, and I think we deferred that for COVID last year, if I remember correctly. I'm not so sure because we didn't do any. That was one of the things that we deferred. And so is that back on? And I don't recall seeing it in any of the budgets.
Is that 15,000?
Yeah, something like
15,
yeah.
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, yes, that is an operational expense, and it is in the 2021 Arts Center expenditures cost center, $15,000 one.
Okay, thank you.
And just so council knows, that also came up at the meeting, and they are making the assumption that they will not be doing that this year, just because of COVID. But it's good to hear that it's there, because there was some discussion on whether or not it actually was there. Okay. So is there someone that would like to bring that resolution? Oh, just a sec. Councilor Traynor, do you have anything else? Okay. Someone like to bring that resolution forward that we, that staff take the, what, 2021 to 2025?
Yes, one question.
Yes, of course.
So our tax increase of 1.65% takes I'm not mistaken, this encompasses our whole capital rate, everything, does it not?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, the 1.65% tax rate increase is specific to balance the operational budget. The operational budget does take into account $1.8 million of transfers into reserves.
Yes.
So, yes.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
Just that a lot of the things that are in this budget, we were taxed for last year. If you look at the actuals versus what's coming up, so that's a bit of a relief. I do see that, $10.5 million is a lot of projects under, just like every year. So hopefully, if that's not going to be achievable, we will know what to do for next year.
Well, we are getting these quarterly updates this year.
Absolutely.
So that should keep us surprised. Did you hear that, Graham? Councilor Van Alphen.
Will we be reviewing our strategic priorities for 2021?
I thought we'd already done that. Like when I wasn't here, I thought that we did that.
A little bit with Anthony.
Before budget.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Before budget.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah. Okay, I just thought we want to juggle them around a little bit after hearing some of the budget concerns.
Is that your feeling, Ben?
Yeah, no, I mean, just going back to, Councilor Trainor's comments about sidewalks. I mean, maybe there's other conversations we should be having, and if some of these projects look like a priority to us, maybe we have to readjust our strategic priorities. We just can't keep adding to staff load, so maybe we'll have to rejuggle. and some things fall off and we have to go to 2022. If we feel there's other priorities, that's, you know, I just don't know what the other feeling of council is.
I'm not sure that, I think that something like that is more of an objective or something that's part of the work plan that supports our strategic priorities. I don't know if it's considered a strategic priority, but I don't know, Graham, could you speak to that, or Karen or someone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that strategic priorities are broad enough that, you know, certainly with clear direction from council, there's lots of room to move within each one of those larger bundles. I think further to what Councillor Van Elfen's saying, if there are going to be major course corrections, though, it's helpful for us to know sooner rather than later administration to make sure we can be successful on those.
So what's the wish of council then? Do you want to have another go at our Councillor Holmes?
Well, the way I look at it, and I've told Graham is we have so many planes up in the air right now. I would like to see a few of them landed before we start putting some more planes up in there.
No international flights.
No.
Other
no
thoughts?
crash landings.
Okay. I don't see any other comments. So, anyone willing to bring forward the recommendation? It's not written. It was just verbal from Dave. Could you read it again for us, Karen, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. That the 2021-2025 capital plan be presented to the public at the budget open house on February the 10th, I believe, 2021.
February 10th,
yeah. General capital plan, please.
Corrected. 2021 to 2025 general capital plan.
Okay. Councillor Van Elfen, second by Councillor Patton. Any further? Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, just a question on how we're going to be presenting it to the public. It's going to be a Zoom that people can log into, or I don't know, a YouTube presentation. How's that going to work?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, yes. With all of the restrictions right now on meetings and those types of things, the plan was to do it as a Zoom meeting, to have one main meeting and then have that meeting recorded and posted to our YouTube channel. So in case people cannot attend the live meeting, there will be a recording of it that they can listen to.
Will there be involvement by other departments, even though they're not in person? Because that interactive piece worked really well last year.
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that unfortunately that was probably one of the best parts of the open house, was that interactive discussion. And with limiting things to a Zoom meeting, it makes it quite challenging to have that interaction. Well, I guess we'll need to sit down as staff and see if that's something that we can even do.
Creative hats on?
Yeah, but at this point in time, the thought and the intent was to kind of have that formalized presentation that we always do at that meeting. Have the ability for the public to call in or be on the Zoom call themselves and ask any questions. And then if we can somehow incorporate some of that interactive piece, we absolutely will.
Okay.
We will try.
Okay. Councillor Barkle.
During the discussion, we passed a couple of resolutions to tweaking this plan. So shouldn't our motion be to accept the plan as amended?
Yeah, they're placeholders, but yeah.
So those two items will be added to the resolutions. So I can read those again, and then this will be the last last resolution, is that the general capital plan be presented. You could add as amended, but as it was not adopted, it's back to that question of it was being presented for the public, but we're actually just kind of approving it right now. So
what did we amend then? You know?
So we,
the resolutions that we.
So that council add a line item for parking at the Peach Orchard Beach, that council add a line item to winterize Memorial Park washrooms, and that the tennis courts be moved from 2023 to 2022. And then final resolution is that the 2021 to 2025 general capital plan be presented to the public at the budget open house.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion on the floor? All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Yes. All right. Okay, so I guess we can adjourn the meeting.
May I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's to Lori. Do we know when the consultant is coming back? I'm sorry, I probably said this and I missed it. When the consultant is coming back in regards to the dog park?
As far as the timelines for that project, I'm going to be meeting with the Ministry of Transportation first, because I want to get a little bit more information from them before we engage the parks landscaper to do some design work around that. But the plan would be to have something back to council by early March.
I'm sorry, when, Lori?
Early March.
Early March. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? I just wanted to ask one question. I hate to put you on the spot, Graham, but I'm wondering if you have seen the, we haven't seen it for a while, the resolutions table or document. Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, no? We haven't seen it at council for several months.
I haven't seen it, so I'll phone a friend here and turn down Karen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just that is on the list of things to go over with Graham. So yes, we are actually cleaning that list up and putting it together with all the relevant items, including some of the heritage things that have been left, as we mentioned. I think I sent a message to council about that earlier in December.
Okay. And could you check for me and see if the we had talked some time ago, I don't even know if it was this council, it might have been from last council, about having cameras at the intersections of Highway 97 and Rosedale and Highway 97 and Prairie Valley Road. Does anybody on council remember that? I think it was before your time. Cameras on the two intersections, Rosedale and for whatever reason, speeding, the RCMP, there was some kind of special program. Do you remember that?
On the highway?
On the highway.
So that'd be MOT though. Didn't you request that at our US to MOT?
Oh, I think it was at this council too.
I think it was at our US meeting. We have to look at the MOT delegation. Okay.
That could, Councilor Trainer has her hand up too.
At a meeting in December, the new district manager for ministry, he was there. I think his name is Eric. I forget his last name. But I asked him about a highway cam for Johnson and Highway 97 because I thought a long time ago, I think it was the last council, that somebody had mentioned that we might be getting a camera there, and he looked into it and he couldn't find any record of that. So I don't know about that intersection. And then he didn't mention any other intersections in Summerland getting cameras, but I have his email because I'm still waiting actually to hear a final answer about a Johnson camera. So I could ask him about those 2 other locations if you want me to. He didn't mention them, so I assume they're not in the plan, but I could ask him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll do that.
And just related to that, I don't remember if I ever put this in one of my arduous reports or not. I probably did. But when at the same meeting, I asked, as I always do, about the bicycle traffic between Summerland and Ticton, and I've asked, I think, 3 times now about doing some sort of bicycle count, so they can get an idea of how heavily used it is by bicyclists coming, and obviously not this time of year, but if they do that when the weather's warmer. And they talked about, and he looked into it from last time, and he said the only way you could do it is by hiring somebody to actually stand out there, say at that pole opposite Messrs. Hunter, and count physically how many bikes are going by. And I thought that was crazy. Can't you just use a highway cam or something? Like, and they said for privacy reasons or whatever, they can't use it for a purpose like that. So I thought it was insane. I mean, because that'd be the easiest way to do it, right? You just have a highway cam and then you look at it and you count how many bikes go past.
Or trail cam.
Yeah, or trail or something like that. But they said they can't do it. Use the camera. They have to have somebody stand out there to count it. So I'm kind of giving up on MT. It's clear to me they do not want to make that highway safe for bicyclists.
I remember back at the City of Edmonton days that they used to have these counters that they would actually pin to the road, and as the wheels went over it, then it did its count. Well, they did them for cars. They depended. They would have sometimes the full width of the road, sometimes half, depending on which direction of traffic. But I'm sure they have where they pin it in, and as the bike goes over, it counts.
They have one at Galapagos Trail in Victoria.
Oh,
Counts
really?
every person that passes, whether they're on a bike or pedestrian.
So yeah, I asked about that, and he said the problem with that is that they can be abused, they can be manipulated.
Yes.
A bike can go back. Somebody can get on their bike and go over it, because they wouldn't want it to increase the numbers. So that's what he said about that.
It's a good thing for making excuses. Yeah.
Well, they're pretty good.
Okay, in the interest of time and staff, can we adjourn this meeting now? Thank you. And we can sit around and talk as long as you want. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David.
Yeah.